ASMR History Channel, where we unravel the mysteries of the past through whispers that resonate like echoes across centuries. My name is Sophie, and today we venture back to the tumultuous era of the First Crusade, a time when kingdoms clashed, faith surged, and legends were forged in the fires of conflict. Close your eyes, let go of the present, and immerse yourself in the whispers of warriors, the chants of pilgrims, and the echoes of ancient battles. Join me on this serene journey through a chapter of history that shaped the course of civilizations. The Eastern Mediterranean in the 11th century was a mosaic of clashing ambitions. Western European kings and generals targeted Jerusalem, a sacred city for the three major Abrahamic faiths. This was not just any military campaign, it was a multifaceted and intricate effort that tested the leadership and determination of everyone involved. Iconic figures on all sides participated. Basil II's reign marked the zenith of the Eastern Roman Empire. As an emperor from the Macedonian dynasty, he was a formidable warrior, skilled administrator, and shrewd diplomat. Basil navigated civil wars, defeats, and corruption to ultimately vanquish his foes, including the Fatimids, Georgia, Khazars, and most notably Bulgaria, which he subdued in 1018. When not on campaign, Basil crafted laws, established the Varangian Guard, and formed an alliance with the Kievan Rus under the condition of their acceptance of Orthodox Christianity. Known as the Bulgar Slayer, Basil ruled for 49 years, leaving a substantial treasury for his successors, all of whom would live under the shadow of his legacy. The first of these successors was Constantine VIII, who reigned for a brief 3 years. Despite being in his late 60s, Constantine indulged in hunting, feasting, and blinding nobles. His reign exposed the empire's internal fractures through factionalism and court intrigues. On his deathbed, Constantine attempted to marry his daughter Zoe to Constantine, a capable military commander and loyal Duke of Antioch. However, as the commander journeyed to the capital, royal advisors switched their choice to the elderly and feeble Romanos III, who was easier to control. This indicated the empire's preference for court intrigue over merit and effective leadership. Romanos ascended the throne in 1028, eager to demonstrate his worth. In July, he attacked his client state of Aleppo, but the campaign ended disastrously, with 20,000 men perishing from heat, thirst, and dysentery. Meanwhile, Empress Zoe engaged in her own schemes, spying on her sister Theodora, and desperately seeking to conceive at the age of 50. She took many lovers and resorted to magic charms, amulets, and potions, all to no avail. In 1034, Zoe had her husband drowned in the bath, and married one of her low-born lovers, Michael, on the same day. The new emperor, Michael IV, feared Zoe and her capabilities, so he confined her to her chambers while striving to restore the empire's strength. His rule saw significant economic improvements and a notable victory over the Bulgarians, who had initiated a major revolt. However, these achievements could not be directly attributed to him. On the administrative front, John the Eunuch managed the finances, while the renowned Viking Harold Hardrada led the Varangians to victory in 1041, earning the moniker Bulgar Burner. As Michael IV's health declined, he showered the clergy with gifts in hopes of finding a cure and appeasing them, while many generals questioned how this commoner had ascended the throne. Michael IV died naturally at the year's end, and was succeeded by his nephew Michael V, marking the first time in half a century that the empire was not ruled by an elderly monarch. However, the tradition of incompetent rule persisted. Michael V immediately arrested Harold Hardrada, banished banished his uncle John, and later exiled his adoptive mother, Empress Zoe. This sparked a major revolt in the capital, leading a mob to elevate both Macedonian sisters, Zoe and Theodora, as empresses. The future king of Norway blinded Michael V, ending his 4-month reign. The sisters took control of the empire, but it wasn't long before factions emerged, scheming against one another. Zoe decided to marry for a third time, reviewing many candidates and former lovers, before choosing Constantine Monomakos. The frequent coronations were indeed confusing. More critically, the tradition of distributing lavish gifts during the coronation ceremonies drained the wealthy treasury left by Basil. Shortly after their marriage, Constantine brought his mistress Maria into the palace, elevating her to the status of empress. This led Zoe to share both her throne and bed with Maria, resulting in a complicated situation where the Eastern Roman Empire had an emperor and 3 empresses, who soon faced a wave of old and new adversaries. Meanwhile, Byzantine territories in Italy were collapsing under Norman invasions, and although Bulgaria had been conquered, it no longer served as a barrier against other nomadic peoples. This allowed the Pechenegs to cross the Danube and harass the Balkans. In 1043, the Kievan Rus launched a massive invasion, which was repelled using Greek fire. Despite these threats and 2 significant failed rebellions, the empire continued to expand, annexing the Armenian kingdom of Ani, a mountainous region that could have served as a buffer state against the Seljuk conquests. The combination of nomadic military traditions and Sunni Islam, driven by the concept of jihad, unleashed itself on the Islamic world. Despite being viewed as barbarians by some, the Seljuks' undeniable military prowess helped them unify much of the Middle East. They turned their attention to the Orthodox Romans and Shiite Fatimids. Constantine's reign ended in 1055 with the East-West Schism, a calamity that left a lasting mark on the empire. The throne then passed to Theodora, the only surviving member of the Macedonian dynasty, who attempted to centralize power amid court intrigues and plots. Her death a year later ended 189 years of Macedonian dynasty rule, leading to a civil war. Afterward, Michael VI and Isaac Komnenos each ruled for a year until Constantine the Dukas began his dynasty. The court was purged and gifts and titles were distributed once again. Meanwhile, the empire's enemies grew stronger. The Seljuks, under new leadership after Tughrel's death and Alp Arslan's ascension, sought legitimacy through military success. The new sultan led an expedition against Ani, one of the world's largest cities. Despite its riches and dense population, the city's governor had stolen from the defence budget, leaving part of the wall unguarded. When the Seljuks arrived in 1064, they exploited this weakness, brutally sacking the city. The last time the Eastern Romans suffered such a defeat was in 838 when Amorium was sacked by the Abbasids. Constantinople's response was not to send an army, but to prosecute members of the Armenian clergy and focus on the Italian territories they were losing. This neglect of the eastern frontier, coupled with the disintegration of the professional army, decreased salaries, lack of repairs on border forts, and reliance on mercenaries, weakened the empire. In his final act, Constantine, desperate to maintain his dynasty, made his wife Eudocia swear an oath in front of all court officials to take no future husband and rule as regent until their son could assume the throne. During this period, a significant Seljuk incursion infiltrated deep into Byzantine territory, resulting in the sacking of Caesarea. Meanwhile, the empress uncovered a conspiracy by Romanos, the Duke of Serdica, which led her to swiftly break a previous oath. Recognizing the precariousness of her position and understanding the necessity of repelling the nomadic invaders, she approached the imprisoned Romanos with a proposal: marry her and defend the empire, or face death. This was a strategic move, given the numerous noble families vying for power, notably Constantine's brother John, who, like past prominent generals, might defeat enemies only to eventually challenge the crown. Romanos accepted her offer, saving his life, and immediately began preparations to confront one of the empire's greatest threats. Years of neglect and financial strain had reduced the formidable army to a disorganized group of peasants and undisciplined mercenaries. In 1068, news of Neo-Caesarea's plundering spread, prompting Romanos to lead a small force in pursuit of the Seljuks for 8 days. The nomads, burdened by their loot and captives, were eventually caught, leading them to abandon their cargo and flee, boosting Romanos' confidence. He then regrouped with the main army to capture Hierapolis from the emirate of Aleppo, carefully avoiding the summer heat. However, another raid soon sacked Amorium, leaving his first campaign with mixed outcomes. Despite this, his soldiers appreciated having a leader who fought alongside them, while his political adversaries highlighted his failures to protect Roman citizens. The following year, a new distraction emerged when Norman mercenary Robert Crispin, leading Frankish troops, rebelled against the empire and attacked tax collectors in Edessa. Crispin was captured and exiled to Abydos, allowing Romanos to continue his efforts against the Seljuks. A large army secured Aklat near Lake Van, while a smaller force was assigned to guard the border. This smaller contingent was overwhelmed, leading to the razing of Iconium by the Seljuks. Romanos pursued them, reclaiming abandoned loot. Traditional tactics proved ineffective against the Seljuks' light cavalry, adding to Romanos' frustrations. The Byzantine army was costly to maintain, and while Romanos campaigned, court intrigues forced him to balance military and administrative duties. Consequently, the 1070 campaign season was entrusted to Manuel Komnenos, nephew of the former Emperor Isaac, and elder brother of the future Alexios. Romanos focused on the loss of Italy and monetary reforms to fund the army. Public events were curtailed, the currency devalued, and court salaries reduced, tarnishing his image but providing resources for a substantial army, essential after Manuel's defeat and capture by a Seljuk general using a feigned retreat tactic. Despite being a hostage, Manuel persuaded the Seljuk general to defect and escort him back to the capital. Romanos' active leadership in the east and the defection of a key general, the Sultan's brother-in-law, intensified the conflict. Alp-Arslan, preoccupied with his war against the Fatimids, could no longer ignore the Byzantines. He personally led a campaign in the strategic region around Lake Van in September 1070, capturing Manzikert and Alat, securing Marwanid allegiance, and attacking Edessa. The countryside was ravaged, but the city garrison resisted. Alp-Arslan achieved his goals and turned his attention back to the south, besieging Aleppo in April 1071, after its emir refused to swear allegiance. Seizing the opportunity, Romanos quickly assembled his army, including Byzantines, Bulgarians, Pechenegs, Oghuz Turks, Armenians, and Normans, totaling 40,000 men. Each soldier was instructed to bring 2 months' provisions, crucial for the army's size and the mountainous terrain. They reached Lake Van in August, where Romanos divided his forces to capture Manzikert and Alat, a day's march apart. Hearing of this movement, Alp-Arslan abandoned Aleppo in May and rapidly advanced towards to the lake, losing many men who drowned crossing the Euphrates. Romanos and his advisers interpreted the situation as one of desperation on the part of the Sultan, believing he would need time to recruit new soldiers from his territory. However, the Sultan's rapid march caught the secondary contingent sent to capture Alat off guard. The Byzantine forces, in a state of panic, retreated to Melitene without notifying Romanos. Despite the Seljuks' numbers not exceeding 20,000, their presence alone was enough to defeat an equally large and better equipped force. On August the 25th, 1071, after Romanos had taken Manzikert, he learned of the Seljuk presence and was shocked to find half of his men had deserted. Assuming the Seljuks were just a scouting party, he dispatched a commander to drive them back. This commander soon realised it was the entire Seljuk army and withdrew, returning to Romanos with 2 spears in his armour. More troops were sent, but Alp Arslan used a feigned retreat to avoid casualties and captured a small squadron that had overextended itself. Romanos, determined to prove himself and eliminate the eastern threat, ordered an attack on Alp Arslan. However, the nomads had already retreated to a nearby hilltop, delaying the real battle. The Romans returned to their fortified camp outside Manzikert. That evening, the Seljuks launched a devastating raid, exploiting the new moon to harass those outside the camp's walls. An eyewitness described the night. For who could get any sleep when the danger had drawn its sword and pointed it at us? At dawn, another raid occurred, but was repelled by the infantry. Shortly after, messengers informed Romanos that some Oghuz Turks had defected to the Sultan, and that Alp Arslan sought peace talks. Despite engaging in negotiations, Romanos knew signing any deal would lead to rebellion in Constantinople, so he abruptly ended the talks and prepared his troops for battle. Romanos positioned himself in the centre with the cavalry and Varangian guards, placed the western Tagmata on the left wing, and the eastern units on the right wing, with Andronikos Doukas commanding the rear. Andronikos, a member of the family that despised Romanos, was included in the campaign to ease tensions and prevent his father from instigating a rebellion in the capital. The Seljuks formed a crescent with Alp Arslan leading the centre. As a skilled commander, Romanos advanced slowly under constant arrow fire. Minor skirmishes occurred, but by late afternoon, the Seljuks were pushed back and the Sultan's camp was seized. Romanos soon realised his army was losing cohesion and feared an enemy attack under the cover of darkness. He ordered the imperial standard reversed, signalling a withdrawal. The exhausted and disorganised wings misinterpreted this as a sign that Romanos had fallen, causing gaps in their formation. The Seljuk reserves seized this opportunity, penetrating these gaps and surrounding the Roman forces, who struggled to organise a retreat after marching over 10 kilometres in heavy armour. The main Seljuk forces rejoined the battle, and both Roman wings collapsed and fled, leaving the centre surrounded. Although the standard was reversed again to rally the troops, it was too late. The rear guard and the Doukas family were the only hope to prevent complete disaster, as most of the soldiers were not captured or killed, but had merely retreated. In that pivotal moment, Andronikos declared the emperor's death and led his men to Constantinople, announcing Romanos' demise in every city they passed. Meanwhile, the non-combatants back at the camp were thrown into chaos, describing the scene as an earthquake filled with howling, grief, sudden fear, dust clouds, and swarms of Turks on horseback. As night fell, the exhausted and wounded Romanos was captured, his camp plundered. Most survivors managed to flee, as the riders were wary of pursuing them blindly through the mountain road. Thus the young Seljuk Empire equalled the Sassanids by capturing a Roman emperor, a feat last achieved 811 years prior in Edessa. However, unlike the Sassanids, Alp-Arslan treated Romanos with respect. Chroniclers from both sides recount a notable exchange. When Alp-Arslan inquired how he would have been treated if captured, Romanos admitted he would have faced a cruel death. Instead, the Sultan offered to return Romanos home in fine Seljuk attire, accompanied by an escort and the release of any prisoners he wished. A peace treaty followed, yet the unexpected release of Romanos led to unforeseen consequences, causing irreparable harm to the empire. In Constantinople, nobles quickly distanced themselves from Romanos, deposing him and installing Michael VII Ducas as emperor. They exiled his mother, Eudocia, aware that Romanos still held the soldiers' respect. They began assembling their own army to combat him, despite an empty royal treasury. The Norman mercenary, Robert, free from his cell, led a hastily assembled army, defeating Romanos but at the cost of many Roman lives. The brief civil war ended with Romanos' capture, and he was blinded, pleading for mercy. Infection set in, and he soon died. With Romanos gone, his stepson, Michael VII, ascended the throne. However, behind the scenes, various noble families vied for power as the state crumbled. Michael VII earned the nickname Parapinekis, or minus a quarter, due to the debasement of the solidus currency, which now contained only 58% gold, the rest being silver and copper. This devaluation crippled the economy, and increased taxes prompted an immediate backlash from the Balkans. Sources depict the 21-year-old emperor as a puppet manipulated by courtiers, more interested in hunting and feasting. Bulgarian rebels, supported by Serbia, raised a pretender, Constantine Bodin, in 1072. He captured Skopje and defeated the strategos of the Bulgarian theme, taking Niš and Ohrid before the empire could respond. The rebels were eventually crushed at Kastoria, but it took until 1073 to fully suppress them, costing the empire precious time and resources, preventing a full-scale counterattack to the east as much of the professional army was engaged in the Balkans. To counter this, a smaller force led by Isaac Komnenos and his younger brother Alexios was dispatched, comprising a tenth of what Romanos had assembled 2 years prior. Accompanying them were 400 Frankish cavalry mercenaries, led by the Norman Roussel de Bailleul, a veteran of Manzikert. By then, the Seljuks had broken through the eastern defences, roaming the Anatolian plateau unchallenged. However, the coastal cities with stone walls remained secure, making the region far from lost. This expeditionary force was crucial for reasserting dominance over the nomads. The imperial army gathered near Caesarea, where a severe incident strained relations between the Byzantines and their mercenaries. After Isaac punished a Frankish soldier, the insulted Norman leader withdrew his men overnight. Upon learning of this, the Byzantine commander considered sending Alexios to retrieve them, but news of an approaching Seljuk force changed his plans. The two armies clashed near Cappadocia. After a failed ambush, Isaac was wounded and captured, while Alexios narrowly escaped. Some fleeing soldiers were turned away by nearby cities, fearful of the Seljuks' proximity. Meanwhile, Roussel defeated a different group of nomads and seized Ancyra, proclaiming himself a prince and founding his own state. The emperor was astounded by the news and reacted by dispatching his uncle, John Ducas, with a sizable force to confront the adventurer. The army, 12,000 strong, consisted largely of new recruits, with some veterans from Manzikert, 1,500 Varangians, and 500 Franks. Roussel heard that this army had crossed the Bosphorus, he assembled his own 3,000 knights. On May 10th, 1074, the two armies faced each other at the Sangarios River Bridge, near Amorium, the Norman stronghold. The Romans proposed amnesty to the adventurer, but he refused. Ignoring the strategic advantage of waiting for reinforcements from nearby cities, the inexperienced John Ducas ordered an immediate charge across the river. With the river behind them and the Norman army ahead, the Byzantines found themselves in a dire situation. The forces were arranged in 3 divisions over 2 lines. Franks on the right, John with his Varangians in the centre, and his son Andronikos on the left. Nikephoros Potniates commanded the rear guard of levies. Early the next morning, Roussel approached the Franks, urging them to defect, which they did. Together, they pressed against the Roman centre. As the elite troops battled fiercely, Nikephoros Potniates panicked, ordering a retreat and taking half the army to his estates. Witnessing this, many soldiers began to surrender or flee, ending the battle quickly. John Ducas and his son Andronikos were captured. Ironically, 3 years prior, Andronikos had commanded the rear guard at Manzikert, where he abandoned Romanos. A new army was swiftly assembled under John's other son, Constantine, but he died shortly after crossing to rescue his family, leading to another failed expedition and mounting debts. Roussel took a bold step, proclaiming the captured John Ducas as the new emperor. This critical moment forced the Romans to choose the lesser of 2 evils. After failing to claim the Seljuk throne against Alp Arslan, Suleiman and his 3 brothers fled to the Taurus Mountains in 1064, with Suleiman surviving multiple raids. Now, with Malik Shah ruling a weakened Seljuk empire, Suleiman established himself in a region similar to the steppe, but independent of Isfahan's control. The nomads raided and traded with Byzantines, who were isolated from Constantinople. Suleiman received an offer to ally with the empire, formalise his territorial claims, and profit by dealing with Roussel, who had sacked Chrysopolis near Constantinople. Roussel, falling for a classic feigned retreat, was captured by the Seljuks. Although Constantinople sent a ransom, his wife arrived first with a generous payment, and the Seljuks released him. Desperation drove Michael to use his Georgian connections through his wife Maria to persuade Tsar George II to secure the eastern frontier and capture Roussel in exchange for Theodosiopolis, Tau, and Kars. Despite these strategic handovers, the Georgian army failed, with many soldiers joining Roussel. With rebellion looming, the Byzantines appointed Alexios Komnenos, a young and charismatic commander-in-chief, to handle Roussel. Despite limited resources, Alexios cunningly appealed to the Seljuks, promising riches for Roussel's capture. The Seljuks succeeded by luring Roussel to a feast and betraying him. Alexios brought Roussel to Amasya, but lacked the promised funds, so he turned to the locals. Surprisingly, they preferred the Norman garrison, who protected them from Turkic raids. Alexios blindfolded Roussel, pretending he was blinded and unfit to defend them. This ruse worked, and after gathering the funds and paying the Seljuks, Alexios returned to Constantinople victorious, imprisoning Roussel in 1076. At this juncture, attention shifts to another significant event in 1076, the investiture controversy between Pope Gregory VII and Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV. Tensions over the blurred boundaries between imperial and papal authority erupted. Gregory, an ambitious and reformative pope, enforced celibacy for the clergy and advocated for a papal-led army. He considered leading expeditions into Al-Andalus and aiding the Eastern Roman Empire in reclaiming lost lands, provided they acknowledged the Catholic Church's primacy. These notions were groundbreaking, as it was unprecedented for a pope to wield such power or lead an army. The seeds of future events were already sown through the desperate Byzantine leadership's plea for Western assistance and the papacy's ambition for increased power. Throughout Europe, agents spread exaggerated tales of barbaric violence against innocent pilgrims, even though thousands had successfully journeyed to Jerusalem since the Islamic conquest of the Holy Lands. Initially, pilgrims preferred the maritime route, often sailing from Venice for 2 weeks. However, Arab pirates made this journey increasingly perilous, leading many to favour the land route. Travellers could reach Constantinople by land or sea, and then proceed along Roman roads, enjoying medieval hospitality. However, the instability caused by the Normans and Seljuks made this difficult. The time wasn't yet right for significant historical changes. A different pope and Eastern Roman emperor were needed for these ideas to come together. In Byzantium, the concept of using money to solve problems evolved, leading to alliances with Hungary and the Normans. Robert Guiscard received a hefty sum of gold and 40 titles, each serving as an annual salary for his followers, and his daughter was betrothed to the emperor's son. This costly strategy aimed to maintain control over southern Italy and buy time for recovery. To finance these efforts, reforms centralised the grain trade. Previously, farmers sold their produce to merchants, who then sold grain to the public at competitive prices. Widespread tax evasion during these troubled times necessitated concentrating the grain trade in redestas, where prices were uniform and taxation was easier. This policy led to farmers withholding grain to create shortages and raise prices, causing starvation in the overcrowded, refugee-filled Constantinople and triggering an uprising. Emperor Michael quelled the rebellion, but it sparked a civil war. Unlike typical civil wars with 2 factions, this one saw 4 distinct rebellions. Philaretos, Bracamios, who controlled a large area around Antioch after the Battle of Manzikert, proclaimed himself emperor and expanded his realm by attacking other Roman cities. Meanwhile, a federation of Danube cities allied with the nomadic Pechenegs. In November 10, 77, Nikephoros Bryennios, the powerful governor of the Dyrrhachian theme, also declared himself emperor, amassing a coalition of veteran soldiers. Nikephoros Botaneats, the 76-year-old governor of the Anatolikon theme, rebelled in October 1078 with few supporters. Bryennios captured much of the western territories and marched on Constantinople, expecting support from its residents. Rejected, he resorted to raiding the suburbs, while Pecheneg riders plundered villages, forcing him to retreat. Botaniates, knowing he couldn't seize the city alone, hired Seljuk mercenaries. After taking Nicaea, he stationed them in key western Anatolian cities like Pergamon, Ephesus, and Sardis, assuming they would leave when asked. The Constantinople aristocracy, needing to choose a side, opted for the easiest ruler to control. The city revolted, forcing Michael to abdicate, and invited Botaniates to take the throne as Nikephoros III. He struck a deal with Michael's wife Maria, who married him in exchange for recognising her child, Constantine Ducas, as the heir. Nikephoros III solidified his rule by distributing gifts, forgiving debts, and expanding rights. He offered the title of Caesar to Bryennios, who declined. However, Bracamios accepted him as emperor in exchange for control over territory between Antioch, Melitene, and Edessa. Rebellions persisted, and Bryennios controlled most of the Balkans, prompting Nicephorus III to appoint Alexios to suppress him. In 1078, Alexios led a force of 5,000 to 10,000 soldiers westward, comprising 2,000 Seljuk cavalry, 2,000 elite Shamatanoi infantrymen, a few hundred Frankish knights, a newly formed regiment of Athantoi or Immortals, and the rest being fresh levies. The rebel force, however, was larger, consisting of 12,000 experienced warriors, including Tagmata, Slavic, Pecheneg, and Frankish mercenaries, under a more seasoned commander. Alexios set up camp by a small stream near the fortress of Calabria, without fortifying it to demonstrate his strength. He dispatched Seljuk scouts to ascertain the enemy's position and size, but some were captured, revealing his location. Knowing he outnumbered Alexios, Bryennios advanced his army for a decisive battle. On the defensive, Alexios positioned his Immortals on the left flank, Frankish knights in the centre, and placed the Shamatanoi and Seljuks on the right under Constantine Katakalon. The Turks formed an extreme right wing to counter the enemy Pechenegs, with another smaller unit hidden on the far left. Bryennios arranged his troops in 3 divisions, each in 2 lines, with Pecheneg cavalry on the far left, 5,000 troops reinforced by Frankish knights, and Thessalian cavalry on the right under his brother John, and 4,000 soldiers from Thrace and Macedonia on the left, while he led the 4,000 strong centre. As the rebels approached, Alexios sprung his hidden wing, catching John's powerful unit between his Immortals and those lying in ambush, now charging with war cries. Despite initial panic, Bryennios rallied his troops, halting their retreat and pushing them back into battle. Alexios, fighting fiercely, witnessed his men break and flee as they were pursued and cut down. Simultaneously, on the right, the Pechenegs evaded the Seljuk riders and overpowered the right wing. In the centre, Nicephorus convinced the Franks to desert the loyalists and swear fealty to him mid-battle. With the situation dire, Alexios, accompanied by 6 companions, charged into the enemy line, aiming to kill the usurper and end the conflict. This was aided by the Pecheneg riders, who suddenly turned back to loot their allies' camp, creating chaos. In the ensuing confusion, Alexios seized a purple-clothed royal horse with state swords, killing some retainers and riding back to his camp. Upon his return, he found his shattered army and began to lift their spirits, spreading the rumour that the enemy commander was dead. At that moment, an additional contingent of Seljuk horse archers arrived, just in time for the loyalists' counterattack on the unsuspecting rebels. The reorganised army split into 3 groups, with 2 lying in ambush, and the third a mix of Seljuks and Immortals, preparing a feigned retreat. Scattered by the nomads' arrows, the rebels were then charged by heavy cavalry. One rider, according to the Alexiad, dashed at full gallop straight at Bryennios, thrusting his spear violently against Bryennios' chest. Bryennios quickly drew his sword, and before the spear struck home, cut it in 2, then struck his adversary on the collarbone, severing the man's whole arm, breastplate included. After some time, Alexios ordered a retreat, hoping to avoid a chaotic rout as the veterans pursued. According to the Alexiad, forthwith, at a given signal, those in ambush rode through them like swarms of wasps from various directions, and with their loud war cries and shouts and incessant shooting, not only filled the ears of Bryennios' men with a terrible din, but also utterly obscured their sight by showering arrows upon them from all sides. The audacious plan succeeded, and soon the rebel leader was exhausted. Despite his efforts, victory belonged belonged to Alexios Komnenos. Bryennios was blinded, but later pardoned and allowed to return to Adrianople. Meanwhile, Alexios was dispatched to confront another challenger, Nikephoros Basilakes, who had gathered remaining rebels in Thessaloniki. A swift night attack soon quelled this uprising as well. By 1080, the Solidus gold content dropped to 33% as yet another rebellion emerged, led by Nikephoros Melissenos with Suleiman's assistance. Suleiman, now titled Sultan of Rum by Sultan Melikshah, gained control of Nicaea from Melissenos without resistance. Ordered to confront his brother-in-law, Alexios refused to act. No repercussions followed, as news arrived that Robert Guiscard was planning a massive invasion, instigated by a monk impersonating Michael VII to reclaim his throne. Alexios was needed to counter this threat. Concurrently, Nikephoros III, old and childless, broke his agreement with Maria and named a relative as heir, alienating the Komnenoi family, who then joined the rebels. In April 1081, bribed German mercenaries opened Constantinople's gates to Alexios and his troops, who brutally sacked the city. Although the Varangian Guard defended the palace 3 days later, the patriarch convinced the 79-year-old emperor to abdicate, and Alexios thus Komnenos ascended the throne. Today, Alexios is remembered as a capable ruler, but upon his coronation, the Sultanate of Rum controlled most of Anatolia and backed another usurper. The Normans were poised to invade. Control over Serbia and Bulgaria was tenuous. Danubian cities rebelled with Pecheneg support. The treasury was empty, manpower depleted, and the Solidus fell to 10% gold content. No man alive could unite the feuding families and hold the empire together while battling so many enemies, but Alexios' mother, Anna Dalasane, was no ordinary person. She played a crucial role in his rebellion and was the true power behind the administration for the next 15 years. She orchestrated marriage alliances and balanced power among the empire's elite. Political purges were replaced with mercy and amnesty. Old titles were abandoned and new ones created. Nikephoros Melissenos was pardoned, made Caesar, and appointed governor of Thessaloniki. The Komnenos family received significant positions. Gifts were sent to the Pope, Doge, Holy Roman Emperor, and various Italian lords, while Alexios prepared to confront Robert Guiscard. For more details on this conflict, including the Battle of Dyrrhachium, check out the videos linked in the description and top right corner. Despite numerous setbacks, Alexios and his coalition endured until Guiscard's death from malaria in 1085. To repay Venetian allies who ensured this victory, Alexios made significant concessions. The Doge received the hereditary title of Protosebastos, ranking fourth in imperial seniority. Venetians were granted gold, honours, several churches, shops, houses, and landing stages on the Golden Horn, along with exemptions from customs and sea taxes. In return, Venice agreed to defend the Adriatic border when called upon. This shift would later disrupt local merchants as Western trade colonies flourished. We now need to address the driving force behind many historical events: climate change. Modern climatology has allowed historians like Ronnie Ellenblum and Richard Bulliet to detail the extreme climatic events of this era. On one side, the medieval warm period, lasting roughly from 950 to 1250, combined with advancements in iron smelting, led to a significant population increase in Europe, especially in areas that are now France, England, and Germany. This growth was facilitated by new agricultural technologies like horseshoes and the heavy plough, making more fertile land accessible. Consequently, a large population was available to join armed pilgrimages when circumstances permitted. Conversely, the Middle East faced severe disruptions due to dry and extremely cold winters. Egypt, a crucial food supplier for millennia, suffered from consecutive droughts, leading to widespread famine and pestilence throughout the Islamic world. As the cold persisted, numerous steppe peoples migrated westward, raiding to sustain themselves. Political instability mirrored the climate challenges. The once powerful Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad had become a mere spiritual figurehead under the Buyid dynasty's control. The Seljuks, an underdog Oghuz Turk tribe, wandered from place to place, offering their military services in exchange for land. Despite converting to Sunni Islam, they were perceived as threats by the Ghaznavid Empire. When the Seljuk leader Tugril declared himself ruler of Khorasan, Ghaznavid Sultan Masud launched a campaign, capturing Herat and Nishapur before advancing towards Merv. During this campaign, Masud's supply lines were constantly harassed, and his formidable army of 50,000 men and 12 elephants found themselves stranded in the desert without fresh water. On May 23rd, 1040, the Battle of Dandanakan resulted in one of history's greatest upsets. A lightly armoured force of 16,000 humiliated the Ghaznavid Sultan in front of his key officials, who barely escaped. The Ghaznavids subsequently fell into decline and civil war, retaining only a small Indian territory, while the Seljuks rose to prominence. Tugril appointed his brother Shagri as governor of Khorasan, and then went on to conquer most of modern-day Iran within a decade. The two main factors that allowed this band of renegades to build a vast empire were their military prowess and their piety, which attracted many Sunni followers. Their efforts were directed against the Shia communities in Iran and the Fatimid Caliphate. But Tugril recognised that conquering Egypt required first defeating the weakening Eastern Roman Empire. As noted earlier, the Byzantines were struggling to maintain the extensive gains made by Basil II, including the newly formed theme of Iberia. They had relatively cordial relations with the Fatimids, often exchanging gifts, releasing prisoners, and overseeing the Church of the Holy Sepulchre since 1037. To weaken the Romans and secure the vital grasslands of modern-day Azerbaijan, Tugril launched an invasion in 1048, initially repelled, but followed by a larger force under his half-brother Ibrahim Inal later that year. The Byzantine army, weakened by the dispatch of many elite soldiers to quell a rebellion in the west, faced the Seljuks. The governor of Ani proposed a preemptive strike to prevent Seljuk raids, but the governor of Vaspurakan, the son of the last Bulgarian Tsar, advised waiting for reinforcements from Georgian Prince Leparit. They agreed on the cautious approach. The Seljuks ravaged the region between Trebizond and Taron, focusing their main force on the district of Basian and attacking the market town of Artsa. The defenders were overwhelmed by fire and Turkish arrows, leading to thousands of deaths or enslavements and the town's destruction. With Georgian reinforcements, the Byzantines assembled for battle near the fortress of Kapatron. Though contemporary sources exaggerate the figures, it was a significant clash where the Seljuks held a numerical advantage. The Georgians formed the centre, Vaspurakan's governor held the left, and Ani's governor the right wing. The battle began in the evening and continued into the night, with Byzantine commanders successfully repelling disorganised Seljuk assaults on the wings. However, in the centre, Ibrahim captured Leparit after his horse was struck by an arrow. After the battle, he retreated eastward while the Romans returned to their bases. This nighttime skirmish marked the first significant clash between the factions, yielding mixed outcomes. The Seljuks faced losses in both troops and honour, but managed to secure numerous camels laden with spoils. Although the Byzantines managed to repel 2 invasions with scarce resources, the resulting devastation had a long-lasting impact on the local economy. The Georgian leader was released on the condition that he would never oppose the Seljuks again, and an envoy was sent to Constantinople to demand tribute from the emperor. Although this demand was refused, Tughril was permitted to fund the restoration of the mosque in the capital. By 1050, Faramurs, a significant ally of the Seljuks and the Kakuyid emir, rebelled but was quickly defeated by nomads who captured Isfahan, bringing Persia entirely under Seljuk control. Observing the shifting power dynamics, the puppet Abbasid Caliph invited Tughril to Baghdad to oust the Shia Buyid dynasty, which Tughril accomplished in 1055 under the guise of a pilgrimage to Mecca. Despite their growing power, the Seljuk Empire's stability relied on the loyalty of powerful family members and Persian bureaucrats, both of which were often unreliable. Tughril's vizier, Al-Kunduri, frequently plotted against the Sultan for personal gain, while Ibrahim, feeling undervalued for his raids, rebelled in 1058 but failed to gather enough support and was strangled by his half-brother. Internally, the Seljuks were deeply fragmented and depended on continual military campaigns. To sustain this, Tughril initiated annual raids into Byzantium, starting with the sack of Melitene in 1058, and expanded into Armenia and the Levant. Both the Byzantines and the Fatimids, under the long and ineffective rule of Al-Mustansir Billah from 1036 to 1094, suffered from internal strife. During his reign, power shifted from his mother to his viziers, and another group of Turks terrorized an already famine-stricken Egypt. The autonomous coastal cities in the Levant fell rapidly to the Seljuks in the 1060s. In 1063, the Seljuk Sultan passed away after naming his nephew Suleiman as his heir. However, Suleiman's elder brother, Alp Arslan, seized power and marched towards Ray, while their cousin, Kutalmish, also vying for the throne, hurried from Gerdku, arriving first. Nevertheless, Vizier al-Kunduri backed Alp Arslan, forcing Kutalmish to besiege the city in November 1063. This delay allowed Alp Arslan's forces to arrive, compelling Kutalmish to lift the siege and engage in battle, where he crushed the enemy's vanguard. Kutalmish attempted to block Alp Arslan's forces by diverting a creek, but ultimately failed as Alp Arslan manoeuvred through the marshes and defeated him. Fleeing, Kutalmish fell from a cliff and his sons were captured. With significant responsibilities, Alp Arslan launched a campaign against Armenia and Georgia, sacking Ani after a 25-day siege. Around this time, the Eastern Roman Empire, under the leadership of the dynamic Romanos IV, began focusing on its eastern frontier. However, Alp Arslan's superior tactics outmatched the sluggish and divided empire. In 1071, Romanos was captured after the Battle of Manzikert, but was later released, leading to another civil war as Alp Arslan turned his attention eastward. Different sources describe the subsequent events variably, but this is the likely sequence. After surrounding and capturing the Karakanid Berzem fortress, Alp Arslan had its commander brought before him for execution. The commander protested the dishonourable death, prompting Alp Arslan to order his release and shoot an arrow at him, missing for the first time in his life. The commander then attacked, causing Alp Arslan to stumble and fall. The commander stabbed him multiple times before being killed by a servant. Alp Arslan succumbed to his injuries after 4 days, and was succeeded by his son, Maliksha. This transition sparked another phase of internal turmoil, with rival tribes fighting and raiding independently. Kutalmish's 4 sons, led by the eldest brother Suleiman, escaped to Anatolia, using strategic diplomacy and military prowess to establish the Sultanate of Rum after forming an alliance with the Byzantines, who granted them key fortresses in western Anatolia. Meliksha began his reign by defeating his uncle, Kavurt, then focused on subduing the Karakanids and Ghaznavids, who sought to exploit Alp Arslan's death, and triumphed over both. In 1076, the head of the unruly Nawakiya Turkoman tribe seized Damascus and much of southern Syria. After his defeat at Cairo, he sought assistance from Maliksha I. Maliksha dispatched his brother, Tutush, to Damascus to lift the Fatimid siege. Tutush succeeded, entered the city, killed the Nawakiya leader, and used Damascus as a base to conquer Sidon, Gibraltar, Tiberias, Ramla, Jaffa, and notably Jerusalem. During the zenith of the Seljuk Empire, Maliksha I, along with his exceptionally skilled vizier Nizam al-Mulk, brought stability and prosperity through their policies. Nizam al-Mulk's strategies under Alp Arslan and his brother Maliksha laid the groundwork for numerous schools and observatories, which later inspired European universities, fostering centres of learning and art. Additionally, caravanserai were constructed along key trade routes, providing travellers with food and lodging courtesy of the state. The Seljuk Empire's administration centralised taxation, administration, and justice, managed by the empire's most capable bureaucrats. However, after Maliksha's death during a hunting expedition in 1092, the empire fragmented similarly to the Mongol Empire. His 4 sons, alongside various tribes and local governors, each claimed parts of the empire. Tutush and Suleiman vied for control of Aleppo, each declaring themselves sultan. This period aligns with Alexios Komnenos, who had just resolved the Norman crisis and was preparing a significant campaign against the nomadic Pechenegs and their allies in the Danube region. For over a decade, the divide persisted, but tensions escalated when Alexios harshly treated the Paulician community in Philippopolis for not aiding in his Norman campaigns. The Paulicians, along with the Pechenegs, invaded Thrace in 1087, advancing to Constantinople's suburbs. Instead of pursuing the nomads, Alexios devised a grander strategy. Within 40 days, he and his generals gathered a large army which advanced north, accompanied by a fleet shadowing their movement before entering the Danube's mouth. At the war council, the blind former rival, Nicephorus Bryennios, remarked about the plan. "Sir, if you cross the Haemus Mountains, you will appreciate the fastest horses." When asked to clarify, he simply said, "For the flight." Ignoring the warning and centuries of experience against the Bulgarians, Alexios advanced directly to Drastar to cut off the Pecheneg supplies. He sent envoys to negotiate peace, but, unwilling to settle for a treaty, he arrested them. Enraged, the nomads harassed the Byzantine foragers and camp. Nonetheless, Alexios captured the trade city, except for its 2 citadels. Realising he could not sustain a siege, Alexios ordered a withdrawal and sought the Pechenegs in open battle. The Pecheneg horsemen were soon spotted, with Alexios at the centre, and his brother Adrianos and Nikephoros Melissenos commanding the wings. Alexios instructed his infantry to maintain formation at all costs. The Pechenegs, with their wagons forming a defensive circle, engaged in prolonged combat, evading the Romans while firing arrows from horseback. Both sides incurred heavy losses, until another group appeared on the horizon, forcing the imperial army to retreat. Romano's son perished in battle, and Alexios was wounded by a spear in the buttocks. During their retreat, the Byzantine forces were forced to conceal the shroud of the Virgin Mary in some bushes. This relic, brought to uplift the soldiers' spirits, was abandoned as they fled. The Byzantine troops were broken, scattered, and relentlessly pursued by the nomads, leading many soldiers to wander lost in the woods for weeks before eventually finding their way home. Shortly after the battle, another nomadic group, the Cumans, who had been summoned by the Pechenegs for support, arrived. Although they missed the battle, they demanded a share of the spoils. The Pechenegs, however, argued that the plunder should go to their numerous wounded warriors. This disagreement escalated into conflict, resulting in the Cumans overpowering the Pechenegs and seizing all the spoils. In the following 3 years, Alexios altered his tactics, taking control of small units to defend against raids and hunt down nomadic invaders. One notable instance involved Alexios suspending wagons over a city wall, dropping them onto unsuspecting raiders below to create chaos. Balkan peasants were recruited as infantry, while Turkic and Latin horsemen were hired as mercenaries. Meanwhile, a new threat emerged from Anatolia, a renegade Seljuk pirate named Chaka. Although theoretically part of the Sultanate of Rum, Chaka built a fleet from his base in Smyrna in 1088 and began raiding and capturing Aegean islands, including Lesbos, Samos, Chios, and Rhodes. He also coordinated attacks with 2 rebellious governors of Crete and Cyprus, who were displeased with Alexios's taxation policies. After learning about the Battle of Drastar, Chaka managed to persuade the Pechenegs to launch a major offensive against Constantinople, while he distracted Alexios with his navy. In response, Alexios allied with the Cumans, promising them all the captives and loot from battles against their mutual enemy. In 1091, the Pechenegs raided Thrace again, and the combined forces of the Romans and Cumans assembled at Livonia to confront them. The combined army prepared to face the Pechenegs. Alexios sent imperial standard bearers to the Cuman side, which formed the right wing, to ensure their loyalty during the battle. On the left wing, Seljuk and Latin knights pursued the bewildered Pechenegs, who were trapped by heavy arrow fire and the positioning of their own wagons. The trap was set, and the imperial infantry advanced, slaughtering the nomads who had brought their families along. Alexios capitalized on this decisive victory by ordering servants to bring wineskins filled with water to refresh his troops, ensuring they could complete their task. The massacre was so severe that it gave rise to a saying about April 29th, 1091. All because of one day, the Scyths never saw the month of May. Few Pechenegs escaped, while others were taken captive and resettled near Thessaloniki to serve in the army. This defeat marked the end of their significant role in history. So far, we have examined the first decade of Alexios Komnenos' reign. After usurping the throne of a bankrupt and exhausted Eastern Roman Empire in 1081, he repelled the Normans and Pechenegs, restoring imperial authority while balancing the interests of powerful noble families, clergy, and commoners. Yet, the most pressing issue remained unresolved. The Sultanate of Rum, which had evolved from a branch of the Seljuk Empire, was no longer a vassal of the Byzantines. A year after his victory at Livonia, Alexios launched ambitious social and monetary reforms and crowned his son John as heir before assembling an army to reconquer Anatolia. However, before he could embark on this campaign, news of a Serbian uprising reached the capital. Realizing he could not campaign in the east while the west was in rebellion, Alexios set out for Dyrrhachium. As his army moved along the Via Egnatia in 1093, Nikephoros Diogenes, the son of Romanus IV, was caught with a concealed dagger. Under torture, he revealed his co-conspirators, including the former Empress Maria and Alexios' own brother Adrianos, who had plotted to kill him. Alexios realized the empire was too unstable for a prolonged campaign against the Seljuks, and every moment of inaction risked further disaster. Fortunately, he was already meticulously planning an alternative strategy. Having witnessed the formidable capabilities of the Norman knights firsthand, Alexios turned to the western courts with an appeal aimed at initiating an armed pilgrimage. His goal was to reclaim the Roman lands, not merely for wealth, but for a higher cause. Agents circulated tales of Turkish atrocities against innocent pilgrims journeying to Jerusalem, describing how Muslims destroyed sacred sites, converted ancient churches into mosques or stables, and enslaved and abused Christian men and women. These stories were accompanied by generous donations, including not just coins, but also precious artifacts and even pieces of the true cross, all intended to entice knights to take on this monumental task as a novel kind of mercenary force. The treatment of pilgrims by the Seljuks was exaggerated, yet not without basis. Unlike the settled Islamic populace, nomadic groups did not strictly adhere to Islamic laws of warfare and were infamous for their harsh punishments and executions. The Seljuk realm was decentralized, with rogue chieftains often administering their own justice. More critically, Jerusalem and the broader Seljuk Empire were in disarray due to a succession crisis, with multiple claimants and various governors clashing for power. The predominantly illiterate Christian Europe was fixated on holy relics, with many believing in the sacredness of numerous sites and displaying the bones of supposed saints for a few coins. Among these sites, Jerusalem and the Church of the Holy Sepulchre held unparalleled sanctity. Pilgrims often returned with fragments of rock or soil as evidence of their journey. This very church, destroyed by the Fatimid Caliph in 1009, was reconstructed in 1048 with Byzantine aid. Fears grew among the populace that the Seljuks might repeat this destruction. Many believed that Jesus was destined to return soon to the place of his birth. Natural phenomena such as meteor showers and earthquakes at the time only intensified these fears and hopes within the Christian world. For centuries, opposition to Islam had primarily emerged from its borders: Iberia, Sicily, southern Italy, and Byzantium. However, a new movement was gaining momentum in Lorraine, Burgundy, and France, advocating for a novel kind of war, a holy war. Pope Urban II, referencing the Book of Daniel, declared that God had indeed changed the times and presented a new remedy for human sin, with the northern pagans subdued and the Reconquista evoking both fear and hope. Nobles were captivated by the concept of a just war. The lords, enriched by the technological and agricultural advances of the 11th century, now largely adhered to primogeniture, leaving younger sons without inheritance or purpose, often leading to internal conflicts despite church disapproval. Pilgrimage emerged as a prime means for the Latins to atone for their sins, be it to Santiago de Compostela, Rome, or Jerusalem, provided they could afford it. They were familiar with the routes and combat, but lacked a unified purpose and leadership. Until this time, the papacy wielded little more than nominal power. Yet, the dynamic pontificates of Leo IX, Nicholas II, Alexander II, and especially Gregory VII army in 1053, as detailed in our series on the Normans in Italy. In 1063, Alexander X dispatched a papal banner and indulgence for those who perished in battle against the Muslims to the army preparing for the siege of Barbastro in Spain, and another to William of Normandy as he planned his conquest of England. In 1073, Gregory VII proposed leading an army to aid Constantinople, now Urban II, having reclaimed the papal seat from the anti-pope in 1093, the year the plot to kill Alexios was thwarted, aimed to surpass them all. Elected in 1088, Urban II was a staunch advocate of the Gregorian reforms, which asserted the Church's supremacy over secular rulers. Initially isolated from Rome due to his conflict with Holy Roman Emperor Henry IV, Urban II was energetic, eloquent, and immensely charismatic. He toured Norman Italy, garnering support wherever he went. Driven to secure the pontificate, he extended friendly correspondence with Alexios, a relationship initiated by former Pope Victor III. Even after being recognised as the Bishop of Rome in 1093, he continued his tireless travels across Christendom and convened the Council of Piacenza in March 1095. This council focused on church reform, the anti-pope, heresy, and the issue of French King Philip I, who was excommunicated for marrying Bertrade of Montfort, while both had living spouses. This council stood in direct defiance of the Holy Roman Emperor, who was embroiled in a civil war against his own wife and son, which only bolstered Urban's authority. At the conclusion of the proceedings, Byzantine ambassadors joined the assembly, and Urban encouraged many soldiers to enlist in Alexios's campaign against the Turks, promising them absolution of all their sins in return. This was merely a preview, allowing the Pope to gauge his audience's reaction before embarking on his grand tour of France. Securing the support of two key figures was the next crucial step. Bishop Adhemar was to become the spiritual leader of the movement, while Count Raymond of Toulouse, known for his immense wealth, battles against Muslims in Iberia, and pilgrimage to Jerusalem, was the second vital ally. With their allegiance secured, Urban crossed the Alps in July 1095, entering France to the cheers of enormous crowds who hadn't seen a pope in 50 years. His first stop was Clermont, where he convened a council on November 17th. For 10 days he discussed ecclesiastical matters, before suddenly asking everyone to step outside the church, where he addressed over 400 listeners with what would become one of the most influential speeches in history. 6 accounts exist of this proclamation, each written after the capture of Jerusalem, and slightly differing from one another. Here is an excerpt from one attendee. Now that you, sons of God, have dedicated yourselves to maintaining peace among yourselves and upholding the laws of the Church, there is work to be done. You must turn your newfound sincerity, awakened by divine correction, to aid your brothers in the Orient who have cried out for help. As many of you know, the Turks, a Persian race, have penetrated the boundaries of Romania to the Mediterranean, to the point they call the Arm of St. George. They have seized more and more Christian lands, defeated them in 7 battles, killed, captured, and overthrown churches, laying waste to God's kingdom. If you permit this passivity for much longer, God's faithful will suffer further. I, with humble prayer, not I, but the Lord, urge you, heralds of Christ, to persuade all classes, both knights and footmen, rich and poor, to expel this wicked race from our Christian lands before it's too late. I speak to those present and send word to those not here. Moreover, Christ commands it. Remission of sins will be granted to those who go, whether they die on land, crossing the sea, or fighting the heathen. I, vested with God's gift, grant this to those who go. Let those accustomed to waging private wars wastefully even against believers now fight against infidels in a battle worthy of victory. Let those who recently contended against brothers and relations fight barbarians rightly. Let those who are hired for a few pieces of silver now win their eternal reward. Let those who wearied themselves to the detriment of body and soul labour for a twofold honour. Here the sorrowful will be glad, the poor will be rich, and the enemies of the Lord here will be his friends there. Let no delay hinder the journey. When winter ends and spring comes, let them set forth courageously with the Lord leading. Contrary to popular belief, there was no overwhelming cry of Deus Vult. The reception was mixed. At the end of the speech, Bishop Adamar stepped forward, proclaiming his intention to join the crusade and sewing a red cross to his shoulder. The framework for this immense endeavour was established. Regardless of the version interpreted, Urban's points were clear. Christendom must unite, cease its internal sinful conflicts, and instead direct its efforts against the Muslims who are committing atrocities against pilgrims, aiding the Eastern Roman Empire, and liberating the Holy Sepulchre for the remission of all sins. Pope Urban II shared Gregory's goal, but was far more diplomatic and a marketing genius. He took the concept of pilgrimage, already popular among the nobility for penance, and repurposed it to resolve domestic disputes and bolster the papacy's legitimacy in both the West and East. This armed pilgrimage was open to all but intentionally targeted at French knights, excluding peasants, women, children, elderly, and clergy, unless granted special permission. The mere act of joining this crusade did not guarantee absolution of all sins. Participants were expected to behave appropriately and finance their own travel. Every crusader was required to wear a cross on their shoulder, not removing it until their return. Those who failed to fulfill their vow were to be treated as outlaws, and anyone tampering with a crusader's property within the next 3 years faced excommunication. This monumental undertaking, reminiscent of the Roman Emperor Trajan's scale, presented numerous logistical challenges, largely managed by the Eastern Roman Empire. To address these, Urban set August 15th, 1096, as the starting date, aligning with the harvest season to ensure Byzantine support for the army. Various armies, led by different leaders, were to depart from different locations to avoid overburdening any single region, with the entire campaign under Bishop Adamar's supervision. Historical accounts often start the First Crusade narrative at the Council of Clermont, but this is not entirely accurate. The Pope embarked on an extensive tour of France, visiting numerous cities such as Le Puy, Avignon, Lyon, Poitiers, Bordeaux, Toulouse, Carcassonne, and Montpellier over 13 months, saving major cities for significant occasions like Christmas or Easter, while steering clear of Normandy and the French king's domain due to conflicts. As his tour progressed, crowd sizes and enthusiasm grew. Meanwhile, he penned letters to lords and clergymen, some of which survive today. These letters reveal the burgeoning excitement among the populace and the Pope's efforts to regain control. Clerics and monks must not embark without their bishops' or abbots' permission. Bishops should only permit parishioners to leave with clergy advice and provision. Young married men should not set out without their spouse's consent. In a letter to Iberia, he urged knights to aid the Asian church, stressing that their sins would be forgiven if they perished on the expedition, promising eternal life through God's mercy. Despite these efforts, the fervour spread rapidly, leading many to sell their possessions for the journey. causing grain and livestock prices to plummet and bandits to seize opportunities. While Urban continued his tour in central and southern France, Peter the Hermit, inspired by the Pope, launched his own campaign targeting a different audience. Starting in Berry, Peter toured northern France's urban centres, soon winning over thousands with his message. One supporter described him. He wore a woolen tunic, a hood, a cloak, and went barefoot. He drank wine, ate fish, but seldom ate bread. Another eyewitness noted, he wandered through cities and towns, surrounded by crowds, receiving gifts, and revered for his piety. His actions and words seemed almost divine. Even the hairs of his mule were treated as relics. Peter, a charismatic preacher, recounted his visit to Jerusalem years earlier, detailing the Muslims' mistreatment of Christians and desecration of holy sites. Peter claimed that while he slept in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, he received a vision of Christ, who handed him a circular letter. This letter commanded all of Christendom from every part of the world to take up arms and travel to Jerusalem to fight the pagans and claim eternal possession of the city and its lands. Although there is no proof Peter ever made such a journey, this did not deter thousands from joining him. As he travelled from city to city, he warned that the last days were imminent, and Christians needed to journey to Jerusalem to battle the Antichrist. Unlike Urban's more targeted appeal to the warrior class, Peter's message resonated with a broader audience, predominantly commoners, during a particularly tumultuous period. The year 1095 witnessed a meteor shower, an aurora borealis, a lunar eclipse, the passage of a comet, blood-red clouds, and numerous other strange phenomena. Rumours spread that the Holy Roman Emperor Charlemagne had risen from the dead to lead his people to Jerusalem. As news of the Crusade spread, people began marking and tattooing themselves, claiming to witness miracles and divine signs. However, the widespread frenzy was primarily fueled by ongoing plagues. Examining the accounts of multiple independent writers from this period reveals a pattern. Between 1092 and 1095, there are over 40 mentions of plagues, with 25 reported in 1094 alone, often accompanied by famine. Surrounded by Catholic imagery of damnation in the form of frescoes and grotesque sculptures, abandoning their meagre possessions to journey to the Holy Land, thought of as a land of milk and honey, suddenly seemed like a great idea to many Christians. Contrary to popular belief, the so-called People's Crusade included many nobles who joined Peter's group and would later lead the crusade, causing chaos in Germany. It's worth noting that although some participants embarked on the journey for materialistic reasons, this was the exception rather than the rule. After passing through Champagne in March 1096, Peter moved into Lorraine, spending Easter in Cologne. He dispatched smaller groups to preach in surrounding cities, while gathering a force of 15,000 men, women, and children. Many minor nobles joined him, including Voltaire Avois, Raymond of Brice, and Geoffrey of Borel. The plan was to take the road toward Jerusalem, well known to the local German populace due to the Great German Pilgrimage of 1064. This pilgrimage, led by major German clerics like Archbishop Siegfried of Mainz, saw many pilgrims killed by local Bedouins in Caesarea, though most reached Jerusalem and returned home by sea. However, Peter's route and timing deviated significantly from Urban's plan, which intended for the crusade to cross the Adriatic and land in Dyrrhachium on August 15, 1096, aligning with the Byzantine harvest. Alexios Komnenos had prepared for this by sending grain merchants and Latin translators to the region. Peter preached in Cologne to recruit more German lords, but Walter impatient, left immediately after the feast with a few thousand followers. This division resulted in the crusade splitting into 5 groups, one led by Peter, one by Walter, and 3 more under various nobles who further distorted the original call and turned it against the Jewish community. The Rhineland massacres, as these events are now known, marked a pivotal moment in history. Although not the first instance of majority attacking minority, the scale and nature of these attacks set a new precedent, recurring throughout the centuries. Contemporary scholars, writing after the conquest of Jerusalem, tried to place the blame on Peter or peasant greed, aiming to distance the more successful Prince's Crusade from the failed People's Crusade, not because of the mass slaughter of Jews, which the Church condemned as a grave sin, but because many forcibly baptized Jews reconverted once the storm had passed. But how did these events unfold, and what prompted the 3 groups to embark on such a destructive spree? Before the army even crossed the Rhine, rumours circulated. Why venture to distant eastern lands to fight God's enemies when there are Jews right before us, the greatest adversaries of God? We've got it all wrong. As days passed, children mistook each new city for Jerusalem, growing increasingly impatient as excitement mounted. Most German nobles were preoccupied with internal conflicts, but a few became fixated on the promise of indulgence in exchange for military service. Count Emiko of Leiningen added his own twist to the crusade by tattooing a cross on himself and declaring himself the last emperor, destined to unite East and West before reaching Jerusalem and eradicating Judaism. His well-equipped and organised army initiated a violent campaign on May 3rd, 1096, starting in the newly settled city of Speyer by storming the synagogue. The Bishop of Speyer, aware of the impending threat, took extensive measures to protect the Jewish community, resulting in only 11 casualties. 15 days later, Emiko attacked Worms. The Mainz Chronicle recounts, they exhumed a trampled corpse, buried 30 days earlier, and paraded it through the city, accusing the Jews of boiling a Gentile in water and poisoning the wells with it. Many Jews, warned by the events in Speyer, had sought refuge with the Bishop of Worms. From the safety of his palace, they witnessed the massacre of those who stayed in their homes. The Crusaders demanded conversion. Those who complied were spared, but most refused. Emiko besieged the bishop's palace, and upon breaking in, found that the Jews inside had chosen suicide over capture. Just 5 days later, the group reached Mainz. The local archbishop, bribed with a large sum, sheltered the Jewish residents. Initially, the local populace supported the Jews, but after a 2-day siege, some opened the gates, perceived by the Crusaders as a divine intervention. Behold, the gates opened by themselves. The crucified has done this for us to avenge his blood on the Jews. On that day, 1,014 Jews were killed. Hearing this, the citizens of Cologne slaughtered their Jewish population and destroyed every Torah scroll they encountered. Other cities, like Regensburg, were spared after mass forced conversions. Another group, led by a monk named Volkmar, passed through Bavaria to Prague, inciting a pogrom on June 1st while the Duke was away. Meanwhile, Gottschalk led at least 15,000 followers along the Danube, committing further atrocities. Many of these leaders later joined the Prince's Crusade, which also targeted Jewish communities. Meanwhile, Walter and approximately 10,000 Crusaders reached the Hungarian border in May, and were well received by King Koloman. However, at the Sava River, an incident occurred when 16 of Walter's men were attacked and robbed while bartering with local weapon merchants. The humiliated returned naked to their camp to find the governor of Belgrade had closed his markets. In retaliation, Walter plundered the countryside, gathering cattle amid skirmishes with Hungarian and Byzantine border guards. At one point, 140 crusaders sought refuge in a chapel, which the Byzantines burned. Eventually, the group reached Niš, where the governor provided weapons and supplies, and ensured safe passage to Constantinople, promising open markets along the way. Peter the Hermit's group, consisting of about 40,000 followers, trailed only a few days behind Walter's contingent. Upon entering Hungary, King Koloman made them swear to maintain peace. However, as they neared the Sava River, they saw the clothes of 16 crusaders hanging from Zemun's battlements. This disturbing sight coincided with rumours that a local Hungarian warlord and the governor of Belgrade were plotting against them. After camping outside the city for 17 days, Peter ordered an attack, instructing his archers to target the watchmen, while the infantry used scaling ladders to assault the walls. Reportedly, 4,000 Hungarians were killed at the cost of just 100 crusaders. Whether exaggerated or not, the city was captured and used as a base for a week. By then, Peter learned that the Hungarians were amassing an army, so he commanded his men to cross the river using 150 ships and rafts made from timber stripped from houses and bound with rope. During the crossing, 7 boats filled with Pecheneг archers attacked. A makeshift Frankish navy counterattacked, destroying all enemy vessels, but their cohesion was significantly damaged. Upon arriving at Niš, a deal was struck, exchanging high-ranking hostages for access to local markets. However, hostilities soon resumed when a dissatisfied group of soldiers set fire to several mills and houses outside the city. In retaliation, the governor launched a raid on the rear of the column, mostly elderly men, women, and children. Cattle were stolen, and dozens were killed or captured before the rest of the column could react. Peter attempted to negotiate, but his followers, uninterested in peace, attacked the city without a plan. The garrison repelled the attack with arrows and projectiles, and when the crusaders retreated, the troops sallied out. The disjointed army fled, many drowning in the river. Men, women, and children fell prey to the Byzantines, who captured most of their goods, including a wagon filled with gold and silver. Although scattered in the nearby forests, miraculously, only a quarter of the crusaders were lost in the battle, including many fighting men and most provisions. On July 12th, Peter reached Serdica and met with imperial emissaries who ensured there was no trouble for the rest of the journey and that the army was well supplied, demonstrating Alexios Komnenos' commitment and preparation. The next group to enter Hungary was led by Volkmar. After a brawl in the capital, they responded by killing and enslaving anyone who couldn't escape. Then came Gottschalk's group. This time, the Hungarian king detained them at Moson for an extended period, and after a failed bargain, a Hungarian merchant was impaled. Though battle lines were drawn, neither side wanted to engage, leading to a prolonged standoff. Eventually, the Hungarians proposed a truce, demanding the Crusaders surrender all of their money to the king. When they complied, the Hungarians slaughtered them. Finally, Emiko's army crossed into Hungary, but Koloman refused to negotiate. The Crusaders laid siege to the capital, devastating the countryside. After numerous skirmishes and constructing bridges and catapults, they breached the city walls on August 15th, 1096. Although the king prepared to flee, the defenders organised a desperate last stand. As the Franks poured in, the tide turned and the knights were routed. Those well equipped and mounted escaped, while the rest were vanquished. In Constantinople, Peter reunited with Walter's contingent and Crusaders was significant. There were only about 500 knights and a few thousand footmen, as many fighters were lost fighting Hungarians and Byzantines. Alexios advised them to wait for reinforcements outside the city walls. This was seen as a grave insult by the thousands who had travelled so far and were now prevented from seeing some of Christendom's most holy sites, leading to more looting. Anna Komnena's Alexiad recounts the egregious behaviour of the Christians, who plundered and incinerated city palaces and stripped lead from church rooftops to sell back to the Greeks. Despite his reservations, Alexios knew his visitors' stay would be brief, and on August 6th they were transported to Anatolia. Once ashore, they launched attacks in all directions, often targeting Christians under Seljuk rule, looting homes and churches en route to Nicomedia. This previously desolate city, sacked 15 years earlier, became their new base of operations. The Romans ensured a steady supply of grain to Nicomedia and Civito, sold at reasonable prices. However, months passed with little progress, and their funds began to dwindle. On October 1st, Peter returned to Constantinople to negotiate anew with Alexios. During his absence, tensions escalated between the Frankish knights and their German and Italian counterparts, leading the latter group to depart Civito and raid as far as Nicia. Nicia, now the capital of the Sultanate of Rum under Kilij Arslan, saw its garrison repelled by the well-trained knights, who then seized the nearby castle of Zerigordos, sparing only its Christian residents. Though Zerigordos had ample supplies of grain, meat and wine, it signalled a significant threat to the Turks. Kilij Arslan swiftly moved to counter this, defeating an Italian ambush en route. The castle was besieged, cutting off the Christians from their allies and leaving them with only 2 sources of fresh water outside the walls, both guarded by the Seljuks. Desperate, the Crusaders resorted to drinking urine and sewage, burying themselves in sand for moisture and attempting to extract water from the dry earth. On the 8th day, the castle gate was set ablaze, causing chaos. Some surrendered, others fled and were shot with arrows, and only a handful of Germans survived. Meanwhile, Peter continued his negotiations, unaware of the worsening situation. A Turkish spy deceived the Crusaders into believing Nicaea had fallen, and that they were dividing the spoils. This news split the Christians. Some wanted to wait for Peter, while others pushed for immediate action. It was decided that the fighting men would advance in 6 divisions towards Nicaea, leaving the non-combatants in Civito. However, the truth soon surfaced, leading to panic just as Kilij Arslan's forces ambushed them 3 miles from their camp. Lacking proper formations, each division rallied individually against the more mobile Turkish forces. The Seljuk horse archers employed hit-and-run tactics, encircling 2 divisions and cutting off their retreat. The remaining divisions charged, only to fall into a feigned retreat trap by the Seljuks. Initially, the knights seemed to gain the upper hand, but the Turks targeted their horses, resulting in a massacre. Only a few hundred survived, including neither Walter Saint-Avoire, who was riddled with arrows, nor many others who were chased back to Civito. In the camp, followers lit bonfires, which the wind carried into the enemy ranks, but the situation remained dire. Tens of thousands who had followed Peter now fled, with many drowning or being killed, and most captured. Those refusing to convert were taken to Antioch, Aleppo, and even Khorasan. About 3,000 held off attackers at a nearby ruined castle with makeshift defences. The next day, a single boat reached Constantinople, prompting Alexios to send his fleet to rescue a remnant of the original Crusaders from France. Anna Komnena's depiction of the dead, likely exaggerated, still vividly conveyed the scene to subsequent crusaders. When they gathered the remains of the fallen, lying on every side, they heaped up, I will not say a mighty ridge, or hill, or peak, but a mountain of considerable height and depth and width, so huge was the mass of bones. The Peasants' Crusade, led by Peter the Hermit, left Emperor Alexios disheartened, yet he remained resolute in his mission. Dyrrhachium was chosen as the meeting point, where Byzantine officials, interpreters, and vast stores of supplies and gifts awaited what was likely the largest army since the Roman Empire. Chronicler and participant Fulcher of Chartres described this army as a mix of many languages, including Franks, Flemings, Frisians, Gauls, and many others. Hugh, Count of Vermandois, one of the key leaders, was the first to arrive. In February 1096, Hugh convened a council in Paris to plan the expedition's logistics. A lunar eclipse, turning the moon blood red, coincided with the meeting. Over the following months, both nobles and commoners sold their possessions to fund their journey, causing a rare deflation due to the scarcity of coinage. The Crusaders departed for Constantinople on August 15th, joined by remnants of Count Emico's force. Upon reaching Bari in October, Hugh sent envoys ahead to Dyrrhachium, announcing his imminent arrival and requesting a reception befitting his status. Unfortunately, a storm devastated Hugh's fleet crossing the Adriatic, leaving him shipwrecked near Dyrrhachium with few men and supplies. Despite this, they were warmly received, outfitted, and escorted to Emperor Alexios by Admiral Manuel Boutemitz. The second group, led by Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine, had a different journey. Godfrey, who had spent 2 decades fighting for the Holy Roman Emperor and defending his lands, sold most of his estates and mortgaged his castle to finance his army. Avoiding the papal route, Godfrey's force travelled through Hungary. King Coloman accepted Godfrey's brother as a hostage to ensure the Crusaders behaved, and granted them passage after assurances of peace. By November, Godfrey reunited with his brother and entered the ravaged city of Belgrade. As they reached Niš, Byzantine escorts ensured the Crusaders were well fed. This hospitality impressed many nobles, who hurried to Constantinople hoping for more gifts, only to hear a rumour that the French prince was imprisoned. On December 12th, Godfrey halted at Salimbria, and the previously peaceful movement turned violent when Alexios rejected demands to release Hugh. The countryside was raided until Alexios sent Franks to mediate, and by December 23rd, the army camped outside Constantinople, where Hugh assured Godfrey the rumour was false. Suspicion lingered among the Lotharingians, partly due to accusations against Alexios for the Battle of Civitot. Godfrey refused to meet the emperor, prompting Alexios to close the markets to the Crusaders. Hostilities resumed with demands, insults, and scare tactics, briefly paused by a Christmas truce. Alexios then sent Pecheneg archers to harass the Franks, leading Godfrey to march on Constantinople. Baldwin, Godfrey's brother, led an attempt to burn the city gate. The attack failed with heavy casualties on both sides. After 6 days of plundering, an imperial envoy announced Alexios' willingness to make peace, offering his son John as a hostage. Godfrey, reassured, entered Constantinople with a small entourage. Alexios greeted him warmly, saying, "I have heard about you, that you are a very powerful knight and prince in your land, and a very wise man and completely honest. Because of this, I am taking you as my adopted son, and I am putting everything I possess in your power, so that my empire and land can be freed and saved through you from the present Godfrey pledged not to harm the subjects of the empire, and to return any land seized from the Turks to Alexios. Some sources mistakenly interpret this pledge as one of vassalage, but it was a strategic adaptation of a familiar custom for a different purpose. Byzantine mercenaries were required to make a similar oath in exchange for titles and land. In this instance, Alexios assumed the role of supreme commander of the expedition, offering gifts instead of land. Returning to his camp, Godfrey instructed his men to maintain peace and began boarding Byzantine ships, which transported him, along with Hugh and Peter the Hermit, across the Bosphorus. Bohemond led the Third Crusader force. Disinherited by his father Robert Guiscard in favour of his younger half-brother Roger Borsa, Bohemond was left with only Taranto and Bari. In 1096, while assisting his uncle in besieging Amalfi, Bohemond learned of the massive army heading to the Holy Land. With little to lose, he decided to invade Byzantium again. Tearing his expensive garment into crosses for his men, Bohemond inspired 500 knights and many footmen to abandon the siege and march east. He instructed his men to land at various points along the Adriatic coast and regroup in Bologna on November 1st. Though ordered not to plunder and to take only necessary food, the garrison at Castoria's refusal to share supplies led to widespread looting, including the massacre of a Paulician community in Pelagonia. Upon reaching the Via Egnatia, the army encountered Pecheneg mounted archers who harassed them with nomadic tactics. The Crusaders overcame them and captured several Pechenegs, whom Bohemond released upon learning they acted on imperial orders. Eventually, a high-ranking official met the Normans, smoothed things over, and provided supplies. Concurrently, Bohemond attempted to coordinate with Godfrey for a joint attack on the empire, but his message arrived just as Godfrey was making peace with Alexios. With a small but elite force, Bohemond decided to enter Constantinople as a friend. Meeting his old rival, Alexios, Bohemond was received with exceptional hospitality. During a feast, Alexios offered both cooked and raw meat to alleviate poisoning fears. Bohemond chose the latter and prepared it himself. Negotiating in Greek, Bohemond suggested he become Domesticos of the East, or chief commander of the eastern lands. Alexios declined, but promised him any lands east of Antioch and designated him an imperial agent. After agreeing and taking the same oath as other crusaders, Bohemond returned to quarters filled with treasures, coins, and silk. Not all were pleased with Bohemond's approach. His nephew Tancred, uninterested in diplomacy, crossed the Bosphorus with the bulk of the Norman forces. That same day, the largest Crusader army, comprising half of the total force, arrived at Constantinople. Raymond IV, Count of Toulouse, wealthier and more powerful than the French king, recently inherited Provence. Through his marriage to Elvira of Aragon, he was connected to Iberia's royal houses and had fought several wars there. Raymond was the only Crusader leader who personally discussed the crusade with Pope Urban and was fully committed, bringing his wife, heir, and several southern French noblemen, including the influential spiritual leader and First Crusader, Bishop Adhemar of Le Puy. Raymond had no plans to return to France and took a long time organising his affairs, delaying his departure. Instead of taking the suggested route via Bari or the popular land route, he chose the harsh Adriatic coastal path through Dalmatia in winter, where Slavic tribes harassed his army. Eventually, they reached Dyrrhachium and resupplied, but remained wary of the Pecheneg parties sent to monitor them. Managing such an enormous force proved incredibly challenging. unflinching, and soon conflicts erupted. During these skirmishes, several barons were killed in hit-and-run attacks. Bishop Adhemar was captured by a group of Pechenegs, who intended to kill him until one of them identified him and fled. Upon arrival in Thessaloniki, the bishop and other injured men were left to receive proper medical care, while the remaining forces proceeded to Rodosto. Envoys from the capital then invited Raymond to an audience with Alexios, allowing him to rendezvous with other crusade leaders. Concerned that he was losing control of the crusade's leadership, Raymond hastened to Constantinople, leaving his army leaderless, which consequently began looting the countryside. When Raymond finally arrived, he was welcomed along with the other leaders. However, he was infuriated when asked to swear an oath, recognizing Alexios as the supreme commander and forbidding him from claiming any land. Bohemond attempted to mediate, but ended up promising that if Raymond waged war against Alexios, the Normans would side with Byzantium. Alexios, once Bohemond departed, reassured Raymond that the Normans were the true enemy and proposed that they should unite against potential Norman betrayal. On April 26th, Raymond reluctantly took a modified oath of non-aggression and joined the others on the far side of the Bosphorus. The final Crusader army comprised 3 contingents. Robert, Duke of Normandy, experienced in warfare from battles against his brothers due to a family dispute, was the eldest son of William the Conqueror. After being defeated by his son, and only inheriting Normandy, Robert eagerly joined the crusade, motivated by his grandfather's death en route to Jerusalem. He temporarily handed over control of Normandy in exchange for 10,000 marks of silver. His cousin, Robert, Count of Flanders, whose father had made a pilgrimage in 1089, pledged to send 500 Flemish warriors to Alexios. Upon receiving a personal letter from Urban II, he eagerly joined the crusade. Stephen of Blois, influenced by his wife Adela, daughter of William the Conqueror, reluctantly agreed to go, leaving her in charge of his lands. This combined force, after receiving the Pope's blessings in Lucca, crossed the Alps and reached Bari. Robert of Flanders swiftly crossed to Constantinople without incident, aside from one vassal losing a naval battle against the Byzantine fleet. The other 2 leaders delayed until spring, resulting in mass desertions as men sold their bows to return home. Eventually, Robert of Normandy and Stephen of Blois reached Constantinople and were warmly welcomed, with Stephen writing to his wife about the grand hospitality. At Civetot, the combined Crusader force assembled with ample supplies, continuously replenished by Byzantine merchants at fair state-regulated prices. Considering the losses from starvation, skirmishes, disease, shipwrecks, and desertion, estimating the total force is difficult. However, accounts suggest that the starting figure at Civetot was around 80,000, including 7,500 mounted knights, 30,000 infantry, and numerous camp followers. Each knight was accompanied by a war horse, a palfrey, and a mule, a number that increased significantly if the knight was of high rank. Byzantium's ability to meet the enormous logistical demands highlighted their preparation and resolve, paralleling that of the Crusaders. This formidable force was further bolstered by the trusted general Tatikios and 2,000 Byzantine infantry. In April 1097, most of the army advanced along the Roman roads, which had to be cleared of overgrowth and marked with crosses, guiding them towards their first major objective, Nicaea. The bulk of the army arrived on May 6th, beholding the massive fortifications constructed by Emperor Hadrian and maintained by the Byzantines until they allowed the Seljuk Turks to garrison the city. Nicaea, strategically located and fortified with 5 kilometres of walls, 10 metres high, and 117 round towers, each 17 metres tall, was further protected by a double ditch, 4 strong gates, and the Ascanian Lake to the west. The Turkish defenders, skilled marksmen, had repelled previous Byzantine attempts to retake the fortress in 1081 and 1086. The city's fall had profoundly affected all Christians, being the site of the first ecumenical council called by Constantine. The sight of the mutilated remnants of the People's Crusade only strengthened the Crusaders' determination. Meanwhile, Sultan Kili Arslan, confident in his capital's defences, left for Melitene on the far side of Anatolia, believing the Crusader threat had been neutralised. However, upon learning that this crusading force was far larger than the one he previously defeated, he rushed back, arriving on May 14th. Early attempts by some crusaders to assault the fortress were met with defeat. Concurrently, 2 spies were captured, revealing the Sultan's presence nearby. The Crusaders urgently summoned Raymond to hasten his advance and position himself at the south gate, aiming to encircle the city before reinforcements arrived. While setting up camp, the Provençal detachment, comprising half of the Crusader force, faced a surprise attack from 10,000 Turks. Exhausted, the Franks formed up and held their line, with Raymond leading the vanguard and Bishop Adhemar delivering an inspiring battlefield speech. "Now, eternal life is at hand for you, indeed, for anyone who might be crowned a martyr in battle. Go forth confidently against these enemies of the living God, and God will allow you today to achieve victory." For hours the Seljuks failed to break the line until Godfrey and Robert of Flanders arrived and attacked the Turkish right flank. Despite heavy casualties on both sides, the Sultan was repelled. The Crusaders took no prisoners. Thousands of heads were gathered, some sent to Alexios at nearby Pelicanum, others catapulted over the city walls, and many impaled on spears as a warning. In retaliation, the defenders used iron claws on chains to hang corpses from the battlements. By June 3rd, the last of the Crusaders had joined the camp and prepared for a prolonged siege. They formed a council, established a shared treasury, coordinated regimental actions, and began constructing siege engines. The first, a ram-like structure called the Fox, aimed to protect sappers advancing under crossbow and mangonel fire. However, it collapsed, killing the 20 men beneath it. Subsequent attempts with siege ladders also failed due to the city's formidable defences. Another ram was built, but destroyed by Greek fire. Ultimately, Raymond's chief engineer devised an improved ram called the Turtle. This contraption reached a damaged tower, Gonatas, where sappers dug at its foundation. As the tunnel extended, they supported it with wooden beams, which they eventually set on fire, causing the tower to collapse. However, nightfall delayed the assault until morning. To their dismay, the Crusaders found that the garrison had worked overnight to seal the breach with piled rocks. Meanwhile, Alexios was implementing his own strategy, apprehensive that the Crusaders might either sack the city or betray their promise by seizing it. He dispatched Admiral Boutimites, who attempted to negotiate the city's surrender. His initial effort failed, but the Byzantines managed to transport a small fleet over mountains to the lake using ropes, carts, oxen, and horses. As the tower fell, Kili Arslan's wife tried to escape by boat, only to be captured by this fleet. With Nicaea completely surrounded and cut off from lake supplies, Boutimites re-entered the garrison, delivering a golden-lettered message, warning that the Crusaders would massacre the defenders if they didn't surrender to the emperor. The defenders accepted the terms, but a final diplomatic maneuver was needed. General Tatikios announced a massive assault army carrying crosses and imperial banners around the city before attacking from all sides. The Crusaders prepared for battle, only to see Roman standards flying over the ramparts as Nietzsche fell to Byzantine forces attacking from the west. While some shouted, "Glory to you, Lord," others grew suspicious, questioning the true purpose of the crusade. Despite demonstrating their martial prowess and bravery during the siege, it was Byzantine diplomacy that ultimately prevailed. The sack of the ancient city was averted, and prisoners from the People's Crusade were freed. However, the Byzantines had to maintain the cohesion of their Latin mercenaries and prevent them from slaughtering the Turkish garrison. The Seljuk defenders were secretly transported to Pelicanum, where they met the emperor, who distributed gifts and offered rewards to those willing to defect. Alexios invested heavily to align the Crusaders' interests with his own, simultaneously signalling to the Turks that surrendering to him would ensure their safety and reward, distancing Byzantines from the savage Franks. The Crusader leaders received gold, jewels, silk cloaks, and horses, while the infantry and commoners were given wagons filled with bronze coins. Despite these gestures, tensions grew as the Latins became wary of their generous host. Some were offended by the unequal rewards, while others felt that rewards contradicted the religious motivations of the crusade. Additionally, many were displeased that only small groups were allowed into Nicaea to pray in its churches. Before their departure, Alexios seized the moment to address Bohemon's nephew, Tancred, the only major leader who hadn't sworn an oath to him. Tancred demanded Alexios accompany the Crusaders to their next target and provide a royal tent identical to the emperor's, stating, "If you wish to dominate, then you must strive to serve." A skirmish ensued, but eventually cooler heads prevailed, and Tancred swore the oath, kissed the emperor's hand, but received no gifts. As he departed, he remarked to Alexios, "I deem you worthy of being my enemy, and not a friend." The council convened, and the Byzantines outlined a plan to conquer Anatolia. The next significant objective was Antioch, but many smaller fortresses in the region needed securing. Alexios placed the imperial army and navy under his brother-in-law, John Ducas, tasked with reclaiming coastal provinces. Seljuk Bey, ruling semi-independently from Smyrna, remained a significant threat with his navy, capable of cutting off supplies to the Crusaders en route to Antioch. While some Latins felt abandoned by the emperor, it made little sense for Alexios to join the already enormous host, which would only exacerbate logistical challenges. Moreover, the risks of Cuman invasions, rebellious generals, or the emperor's death posed a threat. A new ruler might not be as cooperative with the Crusaders. Once again, the trusted general Tatikios was chosen to accompany the Franks, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to Alexios. As a Turk, he was well versed in the capabilities of the steppe riders. Before their departure, Alexios provided ample supplies and crucial advice, urging them to send envoys to the Fatimid Caliphate to form an alliance against their mutual enemies. On June 26, 1097, 10 days after the fall of Nicaea, the Crusaders set off in a massive column. One of their leaders, Stephen of Blois, wrote to his wife, "Sweetheart, from Nicaea we shall reach Jerusalem in 5 weeks, unless Antioch delays us." Unbeknownst to him, the Franks would traverse mountainous terrain in the summer heat, confronting an enemy that had decimated tens of thousands of Romans. To ease the logistical burden, the coalition army divided into 2 groups. The first group, led by Tatikios and Bohemond, included contingents from Tancred, Robert of Flanders, and Robert of Normandy. Godfrey many non-combatants, including women and children. The First Army comprised around 3,000 knights and 10,000 foot soldiers, including 2,000 Byzantine infantry and numerous camp followers. The second force was about twice as large, with approximately 4,500 mounted warriors and 20,000 infantry, alongside a similar number of non-combatants. Constant communication between the two halves was maintained by riders, ensuring a steady flow of information. As the column moved toward Dorylaeum, the Seljuks observed their progress from the hills. Kili Arslan, having persuaded his rival, the Danishmends, to join forces, amassed an army of 10,000 to 15,000 steppe riders, equipped with leather armour, piercing swords, and recurved bows with an effective range of 50-60 metres. Their expert riding skills and terrain knowledge formed a deadly combination. However, unlike other nomadic peoples, the Seljuks of Anatolia faced a significant disadvantage due to the region's terrain, preventing them from raising enough horses to provide each rider with multiple mounts, thereby compromising either speed or endurance. On the afternoon of June 30th, the Crusader vanguard spotted Seljuk scouts and set up camp, sending a messenger to the Second Army to stay vigilant. They continued their march the next morning, envisioning themselves as a Roman legion. Weapons taken up, trumpets sounding, arranged against the enemy in wings, centurions leading cohorts and centuries, standards raised, in an orderly fashion, we began to set forth. After crossing a small river, the army entered the junction of two valleys, 45 kilometres from Dorylaeum. The open plain, suitable for Seljuk manoeuvres, allowed them to ambush the Crusaders. Upon sighting the Seljuk force, Bohemond ordered the infantry to construct a camp near the river, hoping the marshy ground would protect one flank. To buy time, he and Robert of Normandy gathered 3,000 knights and charged at Kili Arslan. After nearly an hour of fierce combat, the lighter Seljuk cavalry overwhelmed the Latin nobility, forcing them back to the makeshift camp. There, trenches were dug, and the non-combatants and baggage train were moved to the centre. Hundreds of troops, caught between the two Crusader armies, inadvertently entered the battlefield and were either captured or killed. Bohemond and Robert ordered their entire force to dismount, positioning the heavily armoured cavalrymen to hold the vanguard and withstand the relentless volleys. In the summer heat, the Crusaders, encased in chain armour, held their ground against the circling nomads, who screamed and taunted, trying to provoke them into fleeing. An eyewitness recounts, "They surrounded us from all sides, engaging in close combat, throwing darts and spears, and firing arrows impressively far and wide. They howled, shrieked, and made a devilish noise, their high voices crying and shouting like demons." Among the first to fall was Robert of Paris, a Frankish knight with a notorious reputation. In Constantinople, he had mocked the emperor by sitting on his imperial throne. Rather than punishing him, Alexios invited him for a drink, explained their alliance, and advised him never to chase their common nomadic enemy. Driven by rage, after witnessing multiple civilians being shot, Robert charged at the Seljuks. Within moments, arrows pierced his armour, slowing him down, and soon a blade struck him down, all in full view of his fellow knights who held their shields high. Bohemond and Robert shouted, urging their men to hold the line, knowing that a break in the line would mean certain doom. Initially, women supplied the soldiers with water from the river, but as the battle wore on, they also had to drag the dead from the front lines. Both tasks were vital for the survival of everyone in the camp, but hope dwindled with each passing moment, amidst the cries of people and animals and the priest's prayers for salvation, Kili Arslan ordered an all-out assault on the camp. The Seljuks attacked from all directions, both on horseback and on foot, leading to brutal hand-to-hand combat and many casualties, including Tancred's brother William. Repeated charges failed to break the Normans, but suddenly a detachment emerged from the marsh and invaded the camp, killing indiscriminately. A group of knights quickly closed the gap and pushed them back, but the Christians were on the verge of collapse. Then a group of cavalrymen appeared on the horizon. 5 hours had passed since the initial clash, and Godfrey of Bouillon, upon hearing of the attack, arrived at noon with 50 knights. They charged bravely at the Seljuks, forcing them to halt their attack on the camp and turn towards the reinforcements. Raymond and Hugh soon joined the fray. Despite Kilij Arslan's numerical advantage, the prolonged engagement and lack of remounts had left his army exhausted and low on ammunition. At this critical point, Tatikios and Bohemond switched from defence to offence. As the Crusader cavalry engaged the steppe horsemen, another detachment appeared on a hill behind the Seljuk lines. Bishop Adamar, using local guides to outflank the enemy, delivered a stirring speech before Provençal troops charged into the enemy camp, plundering the Sultan's tent and setting it ablaze as they advanced. Surrounded and unable to execute their manoeuvres, the Turkic army had no choice but to flee. The formations held, reinforcements arrived, and the victory sent shockwaves through the Muslim world. Arabic writer Ibn al-Qalanisi noted, when news of the shameful calamity to the cause of Islam was received, the people's anxiety became acute, and their fear and alarm increased. Around 3,000 nomads perished in the battle, while the Christians lost 4,000, celebrated as martyrs. The plunder of the camp yielded numerous fine weapons, gold coins, jewels, horses, camels, and much-needed grain. Bohemond of Taranto, who rallied his men to stand their ground, was celebrated the most. His courage and leadership prevented another massacre. Supernatural elements soon became intertwined with the events. Seljuk deserters claimed they saw 2 horsemen with shimmering weapons and of wondrous appearance riding ahead of our army, menacing the enemy and allowing them no opportunity to fight. Christian chroniclers later wrote that God sent 3 saints, George, Demetrius, and Theodore, traditionally associated with the Orthodox Church, to save the Crusaders from doom. When the army broke camp on July 4th, they observed the road littered with dead horses and Seljuks, which they took as evidence of the saints pursuing the routed enemy. As the army distanced itself from Constantinople, biblical influences increasingly permeated their beliefs and actions, gradually dissolving the distinction between the secular and the divine. News swiftly reached Alexios, prompting him to dispatch his forces against Charka. One contingent advanced towards Abydos, while the primary force moved up the Meander Valley. Concurrently, the Byzantine navy sailed directly to Smyrna, carrying Charka's daughter as a goodwill gesture. Unbeknownst to the Byzantines, Charka had recently abandoned his capital to join Kilij Arslan, who, due to growing mistrust, personally executed him, further destabilizing western Anatolia. In every city, the Seljuks, being a minority, couldn't hold their ground and thus surrendered, allowing a new governor to be installed. One of the first acts of the new governor was to summon a local nomad accused of a crime. In a desperate bid to save his life, the nomad seized a knife and stabbed the governor, sparking widespread violence as the station's sailors massacred the local populace. By this time, Dukas had already moved towards Ephesus. Upon hearing of the events in Smyrna, the Seljuks decided to confront the Romans in open battle. The ensuing battle was brutal, with heavy casualties on both sides, but Ducas ultimately prevailed, taking the city with little resistance. Leaderless and defeated, the Seljuks, surrounded by rebellious citizens, recognized the gravity of their situation and surrendered city after city to Alexios. Sardis and Philadelphia fell quickly, but Laodicea stood out. According to the Alexiad, Ducas accepted the garrison's surrender and left the city under the control of deserters. This suggests a shortage of men to garrison nearby fortresses and indicates that some nomads, including noble families, had adopted a sedentary lifestyle and chose to serve under Alexios. By the end of 1097, the emperor signed a truce with Kilij Arslan, having reclaimed most of Anatolia and fulfilling a generational dream. However, the campaign was far from over, and the high morale of the Crusaders soon dissipated as they crossed the plateau. Led by Tatikios in mid-July, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees Celsius, the Crusaders faced a harsh journey. Major rivers were absent, and Kilij Arslan's scorched earth policy left the land devoid of supplies. After a week of arduous travel, a stream was discovered, causing a chaotic rush that led to suffocation and trampling deaths. The first significant loss was the horses, symbols of status and crucial assets of the Latin army. Western horses, larger than their eastern counterparts, required 40 litres of water daily. The deaths of thousands of pack animals and hunting dogs further slowed the army's progress. According to Roman high command, this was the necessary sacrifice, opting for the southern route instead of the usual one through Ancyra, bypassing Amorium. This risky strategy deceived the Seljuks into believing the army might turn back to the coast, ensuring the Crusaders faced no ambushes or hit-and-run tactics. By August, the coalition reached Antioch in Pisidia and resupplied, but by then, thousands of soldiers, horses, mules, hunting dogs, and falcons had perished. Two major leaders were on the brink of death. Raymond, severely ill and not expected to recover, and Godfrey, who was badly mauled by a bear during a recent hunt. The next destination was Iconium, an imposing but abandoned fortress where the army received a warm welcome from its Roman population. At Heraclea, they encountered Turkic riders who set an ambush. However, after a brief skirmish, the riders fled, as the impact of Dorylaeum deterred anyone from challenging the knights for long. Instead of heading towards Cilicia, the army redirected north to Caesarea, spending a month traversing the harsh Taurus mountains. The cold temperatures tested the endurance of the Franks, unaccustomed to such severe conditions. The terrain was so treacherous that many knights sold their weapons and armour. This decision, whether wise or not, underscores the authority Alexios and his generals maintained over the Crusaders' actions. As the troops advanced, Tatikios and his men surged ahead, liberating strongholds and urging citizens to prepare goods for the approaching Crusaders while maintaining peace. With the Seljuk authority absent, Roman and Armenian governors shifted their loyalties to Constantinople, a critical move in case the Antioch siege extended and required additional supplies. By November 1097, Anselm of Ribmont recorded the army holding 200 fortresses and cities, while Stephen of Blois noted 165. Thus, it can be inferred that most of Anatolia had been reclaimed for the Komnenian dynasty. The summer of 1097 saw the Seljuk scorched earth policy and challenging terrain deprive the Westerners of their prized heavy war mounts. Some horses fell from cliffs, others died from dehydration, forcing knights to ride oxen, mules, or travel on foot, using goats, sheep, and dogs as pack animals. Soldiers, parched and desperate, sometimes drank too much water when it was found, leading to suffocation. Upon reaching Heraclea, the army split. The larger force took a longer northern route through Cappadocia and then east, avoiding the Anti-Taurus, while a smaller group opted for the direct route via the Cilician gates. Alexios's careful planning was evident in this strategy, ensuring a base for supplies and reinforcements, showcasing the discipline and coordination among the Council of Princes. Baldwin of Bologna and Tancred, lesser-known relatives of Godfrey and Bohemond, commanded the Cilician expedition. Tancred, leading no more than 200 men with an Armenian guide, reached Tarsus before Baldwin, who commanded 500 troops. Tarsus, once a regional capital and where Mark Antony met Cleopatra, was now a diminished town. On September 21st, 1097, the Seljuk garrison confronted Tancred, but was easily repelled. Tancred taunted them, claiming to be the vanguard of a massive Christian force. The next morning, he accepted their surrender and raised his banner over the citadel. That same day, Baldwin arrived and joined the Normans in a feast outside the city walls. Although absent from any fighting, Baldwin insisted on sharing the spoils equally, which Tancred reluctantly agreed to, given Baldwin's larger force. Baldwin's banner replaced Tancred's and was thrown into a marsh. Tancred gathered his men and headed east. A month later, 300 southern Italian Normans arrived to reinforce Tancred, but were denied entry to Tarsus. Forced to camp outside, they were slaughtered by the Seljuk garrison during the night. Rumours suggested Baldwin's involvement, prompting him to lock himself in a tower until the storm passed. He then installed his own garrison and left a week later, but the incident left a lasting stain on his reputation. Meanwhile, Tancred reached Mamistra, where the local Armenians welcomed him and accepted him as their ruler after the Seljuk garrison fled. Baldwin arrived a few days later, camping near the city, but this time Tancred refused to back down. The First Crusader clash ensued, more of a brawl than a battle, with serious injuries but no fatalities. Both sides made peace the next day and parted ways. Tancred garrisoned Mamistra with 50 men, secured Alexandretta's port, and joined the main crusading force heading to Antioch, having established a stable base in Armenian Cilicia. Baldwin's adventure, however, was just beginning. While the majority of the Crusaders prepared to head south, Baldwin, guided by an Armenian named Bagrat, who promised great riches and fertile lands to the east, set off with just 100 knights. Emulating Tancred's tactics, he successfully captured the towns of Tel Bashir and Ravendal through mere bluffing. Initially, Baldwin rewarded Bagrat with lordship over Ravendal, but when he uncovered a plot against him, Baldwin hunted Bagrat down and subjected him to brutal torture. News of Baldwin's conquests reached Thoros, the struggling Armenian ruler of Edessa. Thoros and Baldwin formed an alliance, sealed in a peculiar ritual where they stripped to the waist and embraced under a long shirt, symbolising their union as father and adopted son. Thoros then sent Baldwin at the head of an Armenian force to confront his Seljuk rival from Samosata. Upon returning to Edessa, Baldwin discovered a plot by Edessene nobles to assassinate Thoros. Rather than intervening, Baldwin chose to wait and see what would happen. In March 1098, the locals rebelled, tore Thoros apart, and Baldwin seized the opportunity to take control, establishing a firm grip on the city. Edessa thus became the base of the First Crusader state, achieved led with only 100 men and dubious ethics. Meanwhile, the main Crusader force captured Marash on October 10th, 1097, and prepared to attack Antioch. Once the third city of the Roman Empire, Antioch's importance had waned due to the rise of Aleppo and Damascus. Despite this, the Latins needed to capture Antioch if they intended to hold Jerusalem. Antioch, now ruled by the ambitious Turkoman Yaghi-Sian, stood alone amidst the fractured Seljuk Empire. Yaghi-Sian faced numerous challenges: civil war, pockets of Shiite Arabs, a significant Christian population, and an impending, zealous Crusader army. However, he had a capable Seljuk garrison of 5,000 men and 800 horses, impressive walls 20 metres high and 2 metres thick, a strategic citadel perched 500 metres above the city, and geography that made Antioch nearly impregnable. The city was protected by a mountain to the east, and the Orontes River created natural barriers, making a full siege difficult. In mid-October, Crusader leaders convened to strategize. Taticius proposed fortifying to the north and harassing the garrison from afar, a tactic that had succeeded in 969 during the Byzantine Reconquista. However, Raymond of Toulouse argued for a direct approach, fearing desertions during the winter, which had already begun during the arduous mountain trek. The Crusaders captured satellite fortresses, securing Bagras, Arta, and the Iron Bridge, thus opening the road to Antioch. Yet, when they confronted Antioch's formidable defences, hopes for a direct assault faded. On October 20th, 30,000 Crusaders, half of whom were non-combatants, camped around 3 of Antioch's 6 main gates. Bohemond positioned himself at the St. Paul Gate, with the remaining Italian Normans under Tancred behind him. The northern French blockaded the Dog Gate. Godfrey of Bouillon held the Gate of the Duke, and the Byzantine contingent served as reserves. Siege warfare, a staple of medieval European conflict, involved traditions such as claiming a city by being the first to raise a banner above its walls. Bohemond, showing his ambition, positioned his forces at the most crucial gate, indicating his desire for a significant claim to Antioch. In the initial 2 weeks, both factions were cautiously assessing each other, leading to the most tranquil phase. During this period, Yaghi-Sian dispatched his sons to seek assistance, while the Crusaders enjoyed abundant supplies from the fertile valley. To prevent a mutiny, the Seljuks expelled a large portion of their Christian populace. Simultaneously, many Armenians took the opportunity to visit the Crusader camp and relay their observations to Yaghi-Sian. Consequently, the once intimidating army that had defeated the Sultanate of Rum now appeared less threatening, prompting a complete strategic overhaul. Arrows rained down from the citadel, and mounted archers conducted raids on the Crusader camp, retreating swiftly across the bridge when pursued. The nearby fortress of Harim remained under Muslim control and served as a launch point for continuous raids. By mid-November, winter's chill set in, supplies dwindled, and heavy rains drenched the Christian forces. The Crusaders exerted minimal pressure on the city, which continued receiving opulent caravans from the south. In a bid to shift the momentum, the Latins constructed a bridge over the Orontes River by linking small boats, despite its challenging crossing. This manoeuvre granted the Crusaders access to the sea through the crucial port of St. Simeon, which received regular supply shipments from Byzantine Cyprus. This access allowed the Franks to exchange letters with the West, fostering a rare collaboration between Bishop Adhemar and the exiled Patriarch of Jerusalem. They penned a letter requesting reinforcements from the West. On November the 17th, 13 Genoese ships arrived at the port, essential craftsmen and materials used to erect a fort on Mount Staurin's slopes, named Malregard. Bohemond was then tasked with dealing with harem, employing steppe tactics, notably a feigned retreat. This lured out the small garrison, which Bohemond's heavy cavalry charge subsequently decimated. Though the fortress itself did not fall, its garrison was neutralised. Eyewitness reports from the Crusader camp recounted, "Those whom we captured were led before the city gate and there beheaded, to grieve the Turks who were in the city." In retaliation, the garrison killed many Christians, Greeks, Syrians, and Armenians living in the city. With the Franks looking on, they threw outside the walls the heads of those killed with their catapults and slings, causing profound grief among the Crusaders. The Greek Christian patriarch of Antioch was regularly suspended upside down from the walls and had his feet beaten with iron rods. Both sides were resolute in their determination to win, regardless of the cost. As December arrived, shipments became scarce, and hunger set in. Foraging parties ventured far from the camp, with many never returning. Cilician merchants became a rare lifeline, but the perilous journey and greed led them to hike prices, resulting in mass desertion among the poor. The inability to afford sustenance caused health deterioration, and rapid disease spread, claiming a fifth of the army. After a grim Christmas, Bohemond and Robert of Flanders embarked on a mission to find supplies, taking 400 knights and an equal number of infantry east. They found significant forage in Jabal as-Sumak, raiding nearby villages. However, while camping near Albara, they made a critical error by not posting scouts, only to realise too late that a 10,000 strong army was on the horizon. The combined forces of Damascus and Homs, led by the formidable Atabeg Tugtegin, were equally surprised to encounter the raiding party on December 31st, having responded to Antioch's call for aid. Robert immediately rallied his knights and charged, halting the Muslim force. Bohemond held back, seizing the right moment to attack as the enemy attempted to flank his ally. To avoid potential disaster, the Crusaders retreated to camp, abandoning the supplies they had gathered and those who were on foot. Due to the scarcity of war steeds, most cavalry pursued a single riderless horse galloping west. When the dust settled, the troops from Damascus regrouped and attacked the fleeing footmen, killing or capturing most. Although the Crusader forces' blow was not fatal, it dissuaded the already unenthusiastic Muslim troops from continuing their expedition, prompting them to return to Damascus. Over the following days, Robert returned to retrieve some stragglers and supplies. Despite averting complete disaster, the mission ultimately failed to resupply the camp adequately. However, the absence of Bohemond and Robert did not go unnoticed. The watchful citadel reported the troop movements to Yagi Sian, who ordered the garrison to launch an attack on the Crusader camp. To compound the situation, Robert of Normandy was away visiting a nearby port, and Godfrey was ill. The Seljuks rushed out of the bridge gate, charging at the Provençal camp, where they encountered Raymond of Toulouse. After a brief skirmish, the garrison began to retreat, pursued by the southern French forces. As they neared the bridge gate, additional enemies emerged from both sides, turning the retreat into a rout. Men pulled riders from their saddles and grabbed at their horses' tails, resulting in the deaths of 15 knights and 20 footmen. Amid the chaos, the bannerman of Bishop Adhemar, the spiritual leader of the crusade appointed by Pope Urban, was killed. The following day, the prized banner was displayed atop the walls of Antioch, taunting the besiegers. The sight of the flag depicting the Virgin Mary felt like a legion losing its eagle. crusade reached its lowest point. Having crossed thousands of kilometres and endured numerous attacks and terrible weather, the Crusaders were nearing their breaking point. An eyewitness reported, "At that time, the famished ate the shoots of bean seeds growing in the fields, and many kinds of herbs unseasoned with salt, also thistles, which, being not well cooked because of the deficiency of firewood, prick the tongues of those eating them. Also horses, asses, camels, dogs, and rats. The poorer ones even ate the skins of beasts and seeds of grain found in manure." Concurrently, the men witnessed a comet and aurora, felt an earthquake, and interpreted these signs as God's displeasure. At this crucial juncture, the clergy stepped up, blaming the misfortunes on the sins of those involved. "We believe that these misfortunes befell the Franks, and that they were not able for so long a time to take the city because of their sins. Not only dissipation, but also avarice or pride or rapaciousness corrupted them." Bishop Adhemar took matters into his own hands, advocating for all women to be expelled from the camp, a 3-day fast, and a procession around the city walls. Theft and fornication were forbidden, with rule breakers publicly punished. Around this time, a man and woman were caught in adultery and were stripped and whipped for the whole army to see. These measures generally restored morale and discipline to the camp, but some still deserted, including Peter the Hermit, who was caught trying to leave during the night. The most impactful departure was that of the Byzantine general Taticius. Seeing the dire conditions, he pledged to sail to Constantinople and return with supplies, leaving all his belongings in the camp. However, despite the arrival of shipments, the general did not return. Frankish chroniclers, writing with hindsight, condemned both the emperor and his general, often omitting the dozens of shipments that allowed the siege to continue. By late January 1098, Bohemond himself threatened to leave, claiming he lacked funds to pay his soldiers. This led to the creation of a common war chest, funded by Raymond, to finance the purchase and maintenance of mounts. To maintain the army's cohesion, all Crusader leaders pledged to stay in the camp for 7 years, or until Antioch was taken. The garrison continued to harass the Crusaders, and during one of many skirmishes, hope emerged when a high-ranking Seljuk nobleman was captured. After discovering that his family controlled one of the towers, the Latins secretly arranged access to it as ransom. However, Yaki Sian uncovered the scheme and dismissed the family from their command. Despite the Crusaders torturing a high-profile prisoner, they gained nothing. The situation worsened as early February brought news of a new army approaching Antioch from the east. Ridwan of Aleppo assembled 12,000 men to lift the siege, presenting the council with an impossible challenge. In response, 700 knights, riding the last healthy horses, were commanded by Bohemond. This desperate move was based on his prior successes. Without infantry to slow them down, the Norman divided his men into 6 squadrons and hid them behind a hill near the Iron Bridge. From their hidden position, the Latins awaited the long column from Aleppo. On the morning of February 9th, Ridwan advanced with 2 detachments as a vanguard, separated from his main force. Bohemond could have defended the bridge, but chose to spring an ambush. He ordered 5 squadrons to charge the column while he held back. An eyewitness described the initial moments of the battle. The din of battle arose to heaven, for all were fighting at once, and the storm of missiles darkened the sky. Despite being outnumbered, the knights played a crucial tactical role, drawing Ridwan's main force into the battle. Ridwan's troops began to push the Crusaders back, likely feeling victory was imminent. This was the moment Bohemond had prepared for. The author of the Gesta Francorum, who was among Bohemond's troops, passionately described the attack. So Bohemond, protected on all sides by the sign of the cross, charged the Turkish forces like a lion starved for 3 or 4 days, roaring out of its cave thirsting for blood. His attack was so fierce that his banner points flew over the Turks' heads. Seeing Bohemond's banner, the troops halted their retreat and all charged the Turks, who were amazed and fled. Our men pursued them and massacred them up to the Iron Bridge. Bohemond bet the entire expedition's fate on this brilliant move. As the fleeing enemy trampled those behind them, his knights recognised his genius. The garrison, seeing Bohemond leave camp again, attempted a counter-attack but were repelled. With the battle and booty won, we carried the heads of the slain to camp, displaying them on posts as grim reminders of their Turkish allies' plight and future woes of the besieged. Back at camp, the Crusaders withstood another sally attempt from the garrison. As winter subsided, the return of the Norman knights lifted the besiegers' spirits, renewing their belief that God was on their side. This triumphal march from the Battle of the Iron Bridge was witnessed by an unlikely emissary at the camp. Representatives of the Fatimid Caliphate arrived on the day of the battle, responding to letters the Crusaders had written earlier, following Alexios' suggestion. Despite the religious fervour of the hosts, the guests were shown great hospitality and received gifts from the plundered camp. Peter the Hermit was chosen to negotiate, but it soon became clear that the Egyptians believed this army was essentially a Byzantine force. The emissaries knew that those who took the cross and joined the mission, answered Alexios' call, were generously paid by him, and all swore an oath to return any former Byzantine city to him. More than half of the original force had perished during the journey, and over 100 strategic locations were transferred to the Romans, or temporarily controlled in Baldwin's case, as his county of Edessa had not yet been formally established. Supplies from the empire remained essential to the crusade, but with Titius gone, no Byzantine envoy was available to negotiate with the Fatimids. This absence raised doubts about why they would deal with these mercenaries. The envoys lingered in the camp for over a month before heading back to Cairo, accompanied by a few Franks. Both parties agreed to neutrality, preventing a potential blockade by the region's only powerful Muslim navy. Mar marked the end of the campaign's most grueling phase. Many were killed in battle, others succumbed to cold and disease. The poor died of hunger, deserters fled the horrors of siege warfare, and the women were exiled. However, those who stayed were among the toughest, most committed warriors in history, with remarkable training and discipline. Reflecting on this period, Anselm of Raymond, a knight who endured the Antiochene winter, wrote, "Growing stronger and stronger, therefore, from that day our men took counsel with renewed courage." On March 4th, an English fleet arrived at St. Simeon, bringing supplies, tools, and craftsmen, resources critical to extending and ending the siege. Until this point, the garrison maintained contact with the outside world, trading information and resources through its southern gates. To secure the heavy supplies from the distant port, the two most powerful princes, Bohemond and Raymond, were chosen to lead an escort mission with 60 knights and 500 infantry. The ever-watchful citadel noticed these movements, and Yagi Sian dispatched mounted archers to harass the Crusader camp, setting an ambush near the bridge gate. The return journey from the port took 3 days, and when the convoy was spotted, the trap was sprung. On March the 7th, the Seljuks charged a vulnerable gap in the infantry line. According to the chronicler, the Turks began to gnash their teeth and chatter and howl with very loud cries, wheeling round our men, throwing darts and loosing arrows, wounding and slaughtering them most brutally. Their attack was so fierce that our men began to flee over the nearest mountain, or wherever there was a path. Those who could get away quickly escaped alive, and those who could not were killed. The majority of the infantry was quickly broken, but only 2 knights were lost, highlighting the lack of cohesion among the Crusader ranks. Raymond, commanding the rear guard, rushed in with reinforcements, while Godfrey of Bouillon rallied his troops from the camp and joined the fight. A fierce battle erupted before the walls of Antioch, intensifying as Yaghi-Sian sent more troops from the garrison. After months of tension and skirmishes, the 2 sides finally clashed in open battle. Despite initial success, the garrison was pushed back toward the bridge gate as panic overtook the Muslim forces. Our primary source wrote, "Those who did not succeed in crossing the bridge alive, because of the great press of men and horses, suffered their everlasting death with the devil and his imps, for we came after them, driving them into the river, or throwing them down, so that the water of that swift stream seemed to be running red with the blood of Turks. And if by chance any of them tried to climb up the pillars of the bridge, or to reach the bank by swimming, he was stricken by our men who were standing all along the river bank." Yaghi-Sian played his hand, leveraging intelligence, mobility, and the element of surprise. Had his ambush succeeded, the Crusaders would have lost their leaders, crucial supplies, and the initiative from their recent victory. Multiple eyewitnesses later documented that both sides lost 1,500 men each, significantly reducing the enemy garrison. The Christian clergy held services to commemorate the fallen, while the survivors flaunted their newly acquired Arabian horses and silk garments. At dawn, Muslims from Antioch briefly left the city to bury their dead in a nearby abandoned mosque, along with cloaks, coins, bows, and arrows. Contemporary sources report, when our men heard this, they came in haste to that devil's chapel and ordered the bodies to be dug up and the tombs destroyed, and the dead men dragged out of their graves. They threw all the corpses into a pit and cut off their heads and brought them to our tents so that they could count the number exactly, except for those that they loaded onto 4 horses belonging to the ambassadors of the Emir of Cairo. On March 10th, construction commenced on a new fort atop the deserted mosque, which was renamed La Mahomerie, or Blessed Mary. Although not a true fortress, it provided protection against arrows and obstructed the vital bridge gate under Raymond's command. By month's end, the garrison launched a surprise assault on the fort to test its defences and nearly succeeded. However, a heavy downpour slowed their advance, allowing reinforcements to repel them, a sign seen as divine by one side and a challenge by the other. In April, the siege tightened with Tancred's appointment and payment to secure an abandoned monastery near the St. George Gate. Within days, his forces captured a Syrian and Armenian trade caravan, seizing grain, wine, and oil, which now nourished the Crusaders instead of the city's inhabitants. Although the city was not completely encircled, it received limited supplies through the difficult-to-reach Iron Gate. Muslim sorties ceased, permitting the Crusaders to forage freely, and shipments from the Empire increased. Unexpectedly, the Crusaders received a lavish supply of horses and weapons from Baldwin of Bouillon, the new ruler of Edessa. Emissaries sent to Tripoli revealed a fractured Islamic world. Antioch's neighbours were indifferent to the month-long conflict and treated the Latins hospitably. During April and May, Raynald Bourget, a captured crusader, became the centre of a significant event. Yaghi-Sian, seeking to ransom him, paraded him along the walls to negotiate his release. Upon Bolchet's refusal, Cian ordered all remaining captives to be rounded up, tied in a circle, and burned alive. Their agonized screams echoed through the city and the Crusader camp, signalling that no compromise was possible. Despite this, by late May, the garrison expressed readiness to surrender. Representatives, including Wallo, the Constable of France, were sent into the city but were killed upon entry. Whether this was a trap or a foiled plot, it hinted at a potential key to entering the city, one that Bohemond had been working on for months. In April, Bohemond's men contacted Firouz, a Christian convert to Islam, and a city guard responsible for the Tower of the Two Sisters. The tower's proximity to Tancred's position and Firouz's ability to speak Greek facilitated the exchange of intelligence through Armenian merchant caravans selectively allowed into the city. Bohemond, without revealing Firouz to the other Crusaders, called a council meeting and proposed, "Most gallant knights, you see that we are all, both great and small, in dire poverty and misery, and we do not know whence better fortune will come to us. If, therefore, you think it a good and proper plan, let one of us set himself above the others, on the condition that if he can capture the city or engineer its downfall by any means, by himself or by others, we will agree to give it to him." Despite Bohemond's legendary status in the camp, the leaders, aware of his ambitions, rejected his offer. There was no need to rush. The garrison's morale was dwindling, and the Crusaders were well supplied and fed, making victory seem inevitable. Meanwhile, in the east, an ambitious leader was rallying the Muslim world towards Antioch. Yagi Cian's youngest son, Muhammad, reached Baghdad and persuaded the Caliph to send a relief force. The Caliph appointed Kaboga, Atabeg of Mosul, to lead the army. Kaboga, a Seljuk Turk, had spent a decade quelling enemies and shifting allegiances before securing Harran, Nisibis, and Mosul for the Caliph in 1096. The Antioch situation offered him a chance to prove himself and gain power in the crumbling Seljuk world. After 6 months of planning, Kaboga formed a coalition with forces from Damascus, Harran, Homs, Mardin, Samosata, and Sinjar, amassing an army between 35,000 and 45,000 men, highly motivated to face the Crusaders. As they advanced westward, rumours of this formidable force spread. Initially, Kaboga laid siege to Edessa for 3 weeks without making any headway before turning his attention to Antioch. The Crusaders dispatched scouts to gather intelligence, and according to one chronicler, they observed the Muslim army swarming everywhere from the mountains and different roads like the sands of the sea, marvelling at their countless numbers. When the scouts returned on May the 28th, they reported the enemy's approach, and the Crusaders realised their precarious situation. Bohemond addressed the council once more, and this time all agreed, except Raymond, on the condition that if Bohemond captured the city, it would be his, unless Emperor Alexios came to their aid, in which case Antioch would be returned to him to preserve their honour. At this crucial juncture, Firouz's identity was disclosed, and plans to attack the city were formulated. Fearing the defenders might discover the scheme and to prevent desertion, the council decided to keep both the plan and the news of the approaching army secret. Firouz smuggled his son out of the city as a hostage, and the exact day and time for the assault was set. Tensions ran high over the next few days, especially as Stephen of Blois, the acting chairman of the council, deserted under the pretext of illness, suggesting something was amiss. On the evening of June 3rd, 700 Crusaders left the camp to mislead the citadel's defenders. Around 3 a.m. they returned to the slopes above the Gate of St. George, with a significant contingent led by Godfrey and Robert of Flanders. while the rest followed Bohemond. They whistled at the tower of the two sisters, and Firuz threw down a thick rope attaching a ladder. Hesitant and unsure of what awaited them, the Crusaders began to climb, fearing they might meet the same fate as the French constable, or end up like the prisoners who were burned alive. Encouraged by Bohemond, they ascended one by one, though some fell and were injured or killed. Miraculously, no watchmen appeared on the battlements. 60 men, including Bohemond, reached the top, stealthily eliminating the guards in the nearby towers, including Firuz's brother by mistake. A postern gate was opened, and 600 Crusaders rushed in. Bohemond sounded his bugle, and while Godfrey and Robert headed toward the citadel, a small group caused as much noise as possible, spreading chaos throughout the city. The besieged, who had threatened them for months, were now inside. Normans slashed at anything that moved in the dark, and panic spread, leaving no resistance as everyone fled. At dawn, Bohemond's blood-red banner flew atop Mount Silpius. The city fell to fewer than 1,000 men, prompting the terrified Christian populace to open the main gates, pleading for mercy. None were spared that day, regardless of their religion or age. A chronicler noted, "All the streets of the city on every side were full of corpses, so that no one could endure to be there because of the stench, nor could anyone walk along the narrow paths of the city except over the corpses of the dead." The siege ended, but the citadel attack failed, leaving a pocket of defenders with access to the Iron Gate. Yagi Sian managed to escape, but was captured by local Armenians who delivered his head to the Crusaders for a reward. Despite their victory, the Crusaders soon found the garrison's horses unsuitable for their warfare and supplies dwindling. On June 5th, 1098, they saw Kapoka's army approaching, presenting yet another formidable challenge. A knight named Roger of Barneville charged with 15 men, but was lured into a trap and annihilated. The besiegers became the besieged and attempted to fortify the city, while Kapoka attacked La Malmery. Despite repelling several waves, the makeshift fort was eventually abandoned and destroyed. Both sides then focused on the citadel. Kapoka replaced Yagi Sian's son with one of his men, revealing his true intentions for Antioch, and prepared his forces to enter the city through the Iron Gate. The Crusaders camped against the citadel, knowing they would never be secure while it was in enemy hands. Outnumbered 2-1, the Latins launched a daring attack from a southern postern gate, initially surprising the Muslims. However, the attack led to significant casualties as the Crusaders were either overwhelmed by looting or trampled during their retreat through the narrow gate. Rather than risk a lengthy siege where he would have to sustain 40,000 men, Kapoka initiated an offensive along the mountain's steep slope. His troops surged through a single jagged pass from the citadel into Antioch, coordinated with another assault on the southern walls, forcing the Crusaders to defend on 2 fronts. The assault raged for 2 days, from dawn to dusk. A Crusader who survived this ordeal remarked, "A man with food had no time to eat, and a man with water no time to drink." As wave after wave of attackers were cut down, more appeared to take their place. The cold winter now felt like a distant memory as men collapsed from exhaustion in the summer heat. Desertion became rampant, even among well-known knights who threw ropes over the walls to escape, earning them the nickname rope dancers. Most deserters were caught and slain by the Seljuks. To prevent total collapse, the leaders swore an oath to stay and sealed the gates. The relentless assault, harsh conditions, and high death toll were unlike anything the Crusaders had faced before. Bohemond, in the thick of the fighting, was surrounded at one point, but was narrowly saved by Robert of Flanders and Robert of Normandy. Elsewhere, an Italian knight known as Mad Hugh defended a tower single-handedly, breaking 3 spears in the process. 4 days into the onslaught, Bohemond ordered several buildings to be burned after discovering men hiding there. Predictably, the fire spread uncontrollably, consuming a large part of the city. On the night of June 13th, 14th, as the Crusaders neared collapse, a comet appeared in the sky. The clergy used this as a rallying symbol, giving the soldiers the strength to endure the night. This celestial sign, combined with the fire within the city, demoralised the Seljuks, who retreated after one of the bloodiest battles in medieval warfare. Despite heavy losses on both sides, Capoca's forces completely surrounded the city, waiting for the Crusaders to starve. In desperation, Godfrey lost 200 men in a raid attempt on the Muslim camp outside St. Paul's Gate. Tancred led a stealth mission with 10 men, returning with 6 Seljuk heads, while Henry of Esch and 2 relatives repelled an entire contingent climbing the walls, sacrificing their lives in the process. Despite these valiant efforts, the situation remained dire as weeks dragged on. To stave off hunger, the Crusaders resorted to boiling the skins of horses, camels, donkeys, and woodland plants. Their numbers continued to dwindle. On June 10th, a peasant from Provence named Peter Bartholomew claimed to have visions revealing the location of the spear that pierced Jesus during his crucifixion, buried under the Basilica of St. Peter. Despite scepticism from many, including Bishop Adhemar, others like Raymond believed him and commissioned an excavation. After digging for a day without success, Peter himself jumped into the hole barefooted and prayed, suddenly uncovering a small shard of metal. The discovery uplifted the entire host. This relic had a profound impact on Crusader morale. Later, the Latins wrote to the Pope, "We were so comforted and strengthened by the lance's discovery, and by so many other divine revelations, that some of us who had been discouraged and fearful beforehand, then became courageous and resolute to fight, and encouraged each other." The following 2 weeks were uneventful, as the starving yet hopeful Crusaders awaited reinforcements. Peter the Hermit was sent to negotiate with Capoca, proposing a group trial by combat to avoid mass casualties. Capoca laughed and demanded their surrender and conversion to Islam to live. Trapped, the Latins decided on a bold strategy, abandoned their defensive positions, and attacked the enemy head-on. Bohemond was elected commander-in-chief of the entire army. The men fasted for 3 days, shared bread and wine, and on the first light of June 28th, 1098, they marched out of the city. Bohemond, commanding a nearly all-infantry force of 20,000, including some non-combatants, split his army into 4 equal contingents. The northern French were led by the 2 Roberts, the Lotharingians and Germans by Godfrey, and the southern French by Adhemar. Bohemond himself held the reserve, composed of southern Italians, while the ailing Raymond was left with 200 men to guard the city against the citadel. Heralds ensured the cohesion of these groups, and Hugh of Vermandois led a squadron of archers that repelled the first line of Muslims. Under the protection of Frankish arrows, each division crossed the river onto the plain and formed up. Despite their larger numbers, the Muslim forces were dispersed to maintain the blockade, causing a delay in Capoca's response, as his camp was 5 kilometres to the north. Years later, the Muslim chronicler Ibn al-Athir recounted a discussion between Capoca and his advisors. They suggested picking off the Crusaders as they emerged, but Capoca, seeking a decisive victory, chose to wait until all the Crusaders were out. However, instead of biding his time or utilising his mounted archers to harass the Crusaders, Capoca ordered a hasty and disorganised advance. Meanwhile, the Latins fought fiercely against an enemy attacking from the south, managing to repel them despite heavy casualties, which left the attackers disconnected from the main Seljuk force. Numerous tents around the siege lines further hampered the Seljuks' ability to fully employ their steppe tactics, and with their commander missing, their coalition, unlike the Crusaders, lacked multiple leaders and coordination. Kaboga attempted to rally his men and charge the riderless knights, but the line of heavy infantry held firm. At close quarters, the Muslims could not match the Westerners, and soon they fled. According to a Muslim chronicler, despite their extreme weakness, the Franks advanced in battle order against the stronger and more numerous Muslim armies, breaking their ranks and scattering them. The camp was overrun, the citadel surrendered, and the Muslim coalition was defeated. Every leader adhered to Bohemond's plan, leveraging the morale boost from the Holy Lance and their desperation. Against all odds, the Crusaders emerged victorious, opening the road to Jerusalem. The victory at Antioch was extraordinary. Heat, cold, disease, and desertion had failed to disperse the expedition, yet the Council of Princes decided to wait out the summer to recuperate, planning to leave for Jerusalem on November 1st. In reality, no crusader would see the Holy City for over a year. Instead of consolidating, the Crusaders split into two large camps, arguing over the claim to Antioch and their oaths to Alexios. They had sworn to return every captured city to the Romans, yet the princes had agreed to cede Antioch to Bohemond if he took it, which he did. To resolve the conflict, the Crusaders sent Hugh of Vermandois as an envoy to the emperor. This situation brings us to a critical and often misunderstood moment. Did Alexios abandon the Crusaders? In June 1098, Alexios was leading an army in Anatolia, camped at Philomelion, when he met Stephen of Blois and other deserters from the siege of Antioch. These Crusaders told Alexios the situation was hopeless and advised him to abandon the cause. Latin sources denounce these men as cowards and cite this moment as the reason for the deteriorated relationship, but the reality is more complex and nuanced. Although Alexios turned back, he never planned to march as far as Antioch due to the logistical challenges of moving a large army and the risk of rebellion or civil war in his absence, which he had faced multiple times before. Additionally, he received intelligence that the Seljuks were preparing another invasion. He took this threat seriously, evacuating citizens from the region to protect them from the nomads. An attempted attack on Pipet was thwarted by Theodore Gabra, the semi-autonomous leader of Trebizond. Consequently, when Hugh met Alexios in Constantinople months later, the emperor could only offer continued naval supplies that had been sustaining the Latins. However, reports that Bohemond intended to keep the city for himself infuriated the Byzantine court, ending their goodwill and marking a new phase in the Crusades' history. Instead of returning to his fellow Crusaders, Hugh left for France, where he was chastised by his countrymen as a coward. He later joined the Crusade of 1101 and died fighting, but that is a story for another time. In Antioch, the lines were drawn. Most princes aligned with Bohemond, secretly ceding their portions of the walls to him. Raymond of Toulouse became his arch-nemesis, occupying the bridge gate and the governor's palace. He even tried to take the citadel, but its commander, Ahmad ibn Marwan, stated he would only surrender to Bohemond. Despite being the most stubborn of the princes, Raymond insisted that his oath to Alexios, sworn while holding sacred relics, should not be discarded, and he was willing to sabotage the entire crusade to prevent Bohemond from achieving his aims. Meanwhile, Bohemond was active. He restored the Cathedral of St. Peter, allowed the Greek patriarch John IV to resume his duties, and signed an agreement with Genoa on July 14th, 1098. This surviving document reveals much about the political situation of the time. Genoa received 30 houses near the church and the rights to run a market on the square. Bohemond was not mentioned as the city's owner, but Raymond was singled out from the other crusaders, and the empire was not mentioned. The Latins were at an impasse, with both parties doing everything possible to prevent the other from winning, while the lesser knights and peasants starved. Antioch was now friendly territory, and Byzantine shipments ceased, leaving the less fortunate stranded, only a 3-week march from their goal. In response, the leaders made an extraordinary announcement, declaring that all participants could freely change their liege lord. This was significant because the medieval world was bound by religion and vassalage, not culture and nationality. The strict social structure and hierarchy maintained throughout the expedition included liege lords, big and small, and knights who swore fealty to them, along with many commoners hired by the same lords. Despite the appearance of a unified front from different parts of Europe, there were actually hundreds of smaller groups held together by a complex system of oaths of fealty, not always based on dynastic ties. For instance, Bohemond's nephew, Tancred, was a leader with his own retinue. So why did the Crusade leaders decide to unravel this structure? Some were wealthier, due to funds raised at the journey's start, or more efficient looting. More importantly, the high death toll from battles, weather, famine, and disease had killed many Latins, both high and low-born. Followers who lost their liege lords were now free of their oaths, breaking traditional ties. Many flocked to Raymond's rich entourage, but even more joined the firmly established county of Edessa as mercenaries. Its ruler Baldwin used this manpower to capture local towns and forts, such as Tel Bashir. However, several lesser lords took advantage of this opportunity to carve out domains, like Raymond, who gathered a small force and attacked the fertile Jabal as-Sumak plateau. He momentarily besieged a fortress known as Tel Manas until the Syrian Christian inhabitants opened the gates and acknowledged his authority. A week later, he attacked an unnamed stronghold, replicating the horrifying events of the People's Crusade by massacring thousands of Muslims who resisted his forced conversion. Emboldened but low on supplies, he then set his sights on the major city of Marat an-Numan. The city's garrison, upon seeing his forces, launched an attack and decimated nearly the entire expedition. Although numerous small-scale adventures like this likely occurred, none were documented. With tensions escalating, resources dwindling, and the link to the empire cut off, the crusade seemed doomed. However, Bishop Adhemar, who had always been a mediator and leader, remained hopeful until his death on August 1st. At that time, most of the princes left the city for their own pursuits, leaving only the poorest crusaders and the local populace behind. Adhemar, known for his charity towards the less fortunate, stayed in the city amidst a sweeping typhoid epidemic. Modern estimates suggest that over 100,000 people perished in the region within a few months, with Adhemar, the spiritual leader and papal legate, among the first victims. Simultaneously, 1,500 new German crusaders arrived, eager to join the cause, only to be decimated by the deadly plague. This catastrophe shattered morale. Historian J. Rubinstein compared the Franks to the chosen people wandering the desert, with Adhemar as their Moses. Yet, even before Adhemar's body was cold, politics came into play. Peter Bartholomew, who claimed to have visions that led to the discovery of the Holy Lance, seized the moment 48 hours of Adamar's death, Peter claimed to have received a vision from Adamar's spirit. According to Peter, Adamar confessed that his skepticism about the Holy Lance condemned him to hell. After the uncovering of the lance, I sinned deeply and was dragged down to hell, where I was severely whipped. My head and face were burned, as you can see. Raymond intended to take my body to Jerusalem. For his sake, my corpse shall not be moved, because some of Christ's blood, with whom I am now associated, remains here. If he doubts me, let him open my tomb and see my burned head and face, he said. Adamar was highly respected and was buried where the lance was found. Peter used this connection to boost his political influence, effectively positioning himself as the new spiritual leader. In another claimed vision from St. Andrew, Peter conveyed that the city should not be handed over to Alexios or Raymond, urging the two factions to make peace. Despite being part of Raymond's entourage, Peter pursued his agenda, gaining popular support. Meanwhile, Godfrey of Bouillon, another major crusade leader, gained in prominence and strength. His wealth attracted many Latins, and his brother granted him the towns of Tel Bashir and Ravendan. Around this time, Omar, a Muslim ruler from Azaz, sought Godfrey's help against Ridwan of Aleppo, offering his son as a hostage. When Godfrey agreed, the news was sent to Azaz by carrier pigeon. Godfrey led a relief force to Azaz, quickly dispersing the Aleppan army. Raymond rushed to share in the glory, but arrived too late. Godfrey received richly adorned armour, embellished with gold and silver, along with increased prestige. Raymond, meanwhile, was preoccupied in Armenian Cilicia, where his nephew Tancred had established a Norman stronghold. Although Raymond was the most charismatic and victorious leader, he was satisfied with his achievements and did not seek further advancement, leaving the competition for leadership between Godfrey and Raymond. Despite his age and rivalries, Raymond still possessed the Holy Lance and the largest contingent, but it wasn't enough to overcome the deadlock. Thus, the Crusaders turned to Urban II, the one who had initially called for the crusade. On September 11th, a joint letter was dispatched to Rome, conveying the news of Adamar's demise and pleading with the Pope to personally lead the crusade. Since you initiated this pilgrimage, and your sermons have led us to leave our lands, we now entreat you to come to us and bring as many as you can with you. For here, in Antioch, is where the name of Christian first originated. Therefore, what could be more fitting than for you, the father and head of the Christian religion, to come to this principal city and capital of the Christian name, and complete the war, your own endeavour, in person? If you come and finish with us the pilgrimage you started, the whole world will obey you. However, Urban II, much like Alexios, was preoccupied with European matters and could not risk the journey to the Holy Lands. As leadership disputes persisted, the planned departure date for Jerusalem, November 1st, arrived without any mobilization of forces. Discontented murmurs escalated into rebellion as lower ranks protested. It is clear that our leaders, due to cowardice or their oath to Alexius, do not wish to lead us to Jerusalem. If the Antiochene quarrel continues, let us dismantle the city's walls. Then the era of princely goodwill from before his capture will return. We won't need an army to defend the walls, and all that will remain is to hold it with arms and our tents. Despite the ongoing conflicts among the princes, the lower ranks could do little but wait as winter approached, with many succumbing to the deadly epidemic. Meanwhile, Alexios encircled the city by securing Cilicia and capturing Latakia in the south. As the Eastern Romans tightened their grip on Antioch, Godfrey was expanding the kingdom of Jerusalem to the south, making Acre, Jaffa, Ascalon, Arsuf, and Caesarea tributaries, but he suddenly fell ill. After battling the illness for a month and a half, he died on July the 18th, ending his nearly 1-year reign. This almost sparked a civil war, as his supporters scrambled to secure every tower in Jerusalem before the Pisan Patriarch could annex the city for the Papal State. Instead, the crown passed to his brother, Baldwin of Edessa, who, according to his chronicler, grieved somewhat over the death of his brother, but rejoiced more over his inheritance. Baldwin of Labourg was chosen as the successor of the county of Edessa. On his journey from Edessa to Jerusalem, Baldwin declined the citizens of Antioch's pleas to take over the city. As he travelled south, the Emir of Tripoli warned him that Takak of Damascus had set an ambush. Armed with this crucial intelligence, Baldwin located his enemy and defeated him. He then pursued Takak to Damascus and demanded the city's surrender, but the gates remained closed. After arriving in Jerusalem on November 9th, he demonstrated his prowess by raiding the outskirts of Ascalon and launching an expedition into nearby caves, where he slaughtered a group of bandits. Dagobert of Pisa was compelled to acknowledge defeat, crowning Baldwin king of Jerusalem on Christmas. The surrounding towns quickly sent valuable gifts to ensure the new king's favour. In the west, immense efforts to rally new crusaders began to bear fruit. The Pope specifically targeted regions that had not previously contributed large contingents, resulting in a multicultural and diverse group of warriors ready to join the fight. Much like the original Crusaders, these groups made their way to Constantinople independently. They spoke different languages, had various customs and currencies, but shared a common goal. Surprisingly, this was not the liberation of the Holy Land, which had largely been achieved. Instead, many embarked on the long journey to free their hero Bohemond from captivity. Others sought to redeem their reputations, including those who had abandoned the crusade during the siege of Antioch, as well as the Prince of France, Hugh, and the Count of Blois, Stephen. The largest contingent originated from a completely new region, Lombardy, under the leadership of Anselm, the Archbishop of Milan. Pope Paschal II personally chose Anselm to head the crusade. As he journeyed through the densely populated Italian territories, throngs of people greeted him, chanting Utreja, Utreja, a common pilgrim greeting that roughly means, have a good journey. He was accompanied by notable figures like Milo of Montlhéry, Guido of Rochefort, Albert of Buondelmonte, Albert of Parma, and the bishops of Pavia, Piacenza, and Tortona. Although contemporary accounts exaggerated the number to 50,000 men, the force was realistically around 10,000, composed of formidable knights. In late spring 1101, the Lombards traversed Carinthia and Bulgaria peacefully, eventually reaching Alexios' territory. Alexios granted them access to his markets and supplies. Some sources suggest that Anselm's swift actions quickly restored order. However, others describe a more chaotic scene where insurgents breached the Blachernae palace and killed Alexios' pet lion. Regardless, the pilgrims were transported across the Bosphorus and gathered at the designated rallying point of Nicomedia. There, they encountered Raymond of Toulouse, a familiar figure. Raymond had failed to secure territory in the Levant and fled to the Byzantine camp with his remaining men, offering his services to the emperor. His interests now aligned with those of Alexios, who also viewed Bohemond as an enemy. Having previously journeyed through Anatolia, Raymond was designated as a guide. Unfortunately, most Lombards were more focused on freeing Bohemond than joining the other crusaders, preferring a direct route to Neo Caesarea through Kilij Arslan's territory over the carefully planned path. As they debated their route and priorities, the second contingent arrived, by Stephen of Blois and accompanied by Duke Odo of Burgundy, Count Stephen of Burgundy, and Jocelyn of Courtenay. Many Franks, including Viscount Arpin of Bourges, sold all their belongings to fund their provisions, horses, fodder, and coin, betting everything on this mission. While the exact number remains uncertain, it was likely around 10,000. Smaller groups from across Europe also arrived in Nicomedia, including a substantial German contingent led by Conrad, the Constable of the Holy Roman Empire. Overall, the army comprised about 25,000 fighters, including an elite Pecheneg force led by Raymond. With each new recruit, the cries for Bohemond's rescue grew louder and spirits were high. On June 3rd, 1101, Raymond finally conceded. By late June, the army reached Ancyra, swiftly capturing it from the Seljuks and restoring it to Alexios. Unbeknownst to them, small Seljuk groups shadowed their every move, as Kilij Arslan, eager for revenge years after his defeat, saw his chance. Since his defeat at Dorylaeum, the Sultan had been busy forming a coalition to repel future Latin invasions. Familiar with the land, he ensured not to underestimate his adversaries again. Wells and cisterns were destroyed, towns were evacuated, night raids targeted the rear columns, and foraging parties were harassed, but a pitched battle was avoided. As the Crusaders headed towards the Black Sea's safety, they entered Danishmend territory, who, along with Ridwan of Aleppo, were part of Kilij Arslan's alliance. By August, their supplies were depleted, and the heat had sapped their strength and morale. Approaching Mercivan, the Crusaders organised into 5 divisions, the Lombards in the vanguard, followed by Raymond with his Pecheneg riders and the Burgundians, then the Germans, and lastly the French. The horses were feeble, the gear cumbersome, and the army's size caused them to slow to a near halt, with communication between various contingents becoming incredibly challenging due to distance and language barriers. Meanwhile, the nomadic warriors operated in unison in the land they had known since childhood. On the initial day of this prolonged engagement, Kilij Arslan cut off the separated armies, surrounding them after a feigned retreat manoeuvre. The following day, Conrad led the German forces in a failed assault that resulted in significant casualties. Unable to rejoin the main host, the survivors sought refuge in a nearby stronghold, while the rest began to suspect that Conrad had betrayed them. The third day passed uneventfully, but added to the pressure and anxiety that was now overwhelming the Crusader camp. On the 4th day, the Crusaders attempted to break out of the encirclement, inflicting heavy losses on the Seljuks, but at a great cost. However, the next day saw Kilij Arslan joined by Ridwan of Aleppo and additional Danish Mendid princes. The Lombard vanguard was annihilated, causing the Pechenegs to flee in full retreat. Soon, the French and German contingents lost all cohesion and began to flee. Raymond fell and was trapped, but Conrad and Stephen assisted him, and together they made their way toward the coast. The camp was overrun, where the nomads captured many priests, women, and children, enslaving them. Those without horses, particularly the Lombards, were quickly hunted down like wild game by the Seljuks. Raymond, Stephen of Blois, and Stephen of Burgundy fled to Sinope and sailed back to Constantinople. Anselm and Odo succumbed to their battle injuries, and the Holy Lance found in Antioch was now in Kilij Arslan's possession. As one army was ambushed and annihilated, another formed in Constantinople as more groups arrived. William, Duke of Aquitaine, Welf, Duke of Bavaria, William, Count of Nevers, and the French Prince Hugh of Vermandois assembled, receiving gifts and swearing oaths to Alexios. Combined, they had over 30,000 troops. The Count of the second group, left Nicomedia with his contingent and headed towards Bohemond. He came close to the First Army on several occasions, but never caught up. At one point, he managed to lay siege to the Seljuk capital Iconium in mid-August, while the Sultan was distracted, but without success. Soon after gathering spoils from Murziban, Kilij Arslan moved against this new threat and ambushed William at Heraklion Sibistra. The Seljuks anticipated the move towards the Cilician gates, positioning themselves perfectly. Previously, a force of 10,000 crusaders had won multiple battles and captured several fortified cities, but here on the Anatolian plateau, they would become a mere footnote in history. Only Count William and a few dozen knights survived to reach Antioch. Sadly, the battle's details are lost, likely due to the lack of European survivors. Lastly, there was the third group led by William of Aquitaine, Welf of Bavaria, Hugh of Vermandois, Hugh of Lusignan, and the first woman to lead a crusade army, the Margravine of Austria, Ida. They journeyed across Anatolia, unaware of the fate of the other two forces. Following Hugh's advice, this army adhered to the Byzantine plan to reach Antioch, but it was midsummer, and the same issues that plagued the rest of the Crusaders hindered their progress. Seljuk skirmishes and supply problems shattered their morale as they were guided towards Heraclea like lambs to the slaughter. As they neared the city, they saw destroyed cisterns and the dead bodies of the previous group. The battle was brief. The Crusaders were exhausted, dehydrated, and demoralized, unfit for the type of warfare the Seljuks had perfected. Many, including Hugh and Welf, perished, while others, including Ida, were captured. According to a later false legend, she became part of a harem and bore Zengi, the future founder of the Zengid dynasty. Though this claim is entirely false, the impact of these expeditions on the Western world's mindset cannot be ignored. When the Lombards set out, they had plans to march on Baghdad, but this calamity reshaped the borders and mentality of the Christian world. The 1101 Crusade was among the largest Crusader forces ever assembled, behind the First and Third Crusades. One can only imagine the significant impact all these knights would have had on the depleted Crusader states in dire need of reinforcements. Bavaria, Nevers, Lombardy, and Aquitaine could have built entire lines proud of their Crusader lineage and continued to be active contributors to the cause. But within a single year, Kilij Arslan turned the tables. Despite this failure, future Crusaders were not dissuaded. On the contrary, the colossal defeat of these expeditions only reinforced the legendary status of figures like Godfrey, Baldwin, and Bohemond. It also underscored the perils of Anatolia and incentivized the safer sea route, a shift that the merchant republics of Italy were eager to support. Interestingly, the Crusader states were never actually called that at the time. They were referred to as Outremer, meaning land beyond the sea in French. If this expedition, closely tied to the First Crusade, had such a profound impact, why was it overlooked by Western historians for so long? The answer lies in the convenience of simplifying the narrative of the First Crusade. Furthermore, historians often misnumbered some crusades, such as the less impactful 8th and 9th, while significant ones like the Venetian and Barons' Crusades went unnumbered. The campaign that began with what we now call the First Crusade is widely regarded as the most successful in history, so it's fitting that it was followed by its greatest failure. In reality, both events, and those that followed, are part of the same complex chapter, which we will now explore. Raymond of Toulouse was chosen by Alexios to guide one of the large groups and managed to save his life, eventually sailing to Constantinople. From there, he headed to Antioch to rejoin the struggle for power, but was imprisoned by Tancred. Bohemond's nephew released him only after Raymond swore not to attempt any conquests in the Levant. Ironically, Raymond then proceeded to conquer a part of the Levant on Alexios's behalf. This is not a typo. Raymond, who had refused to pledge allegiance to Alexios in 1095, was now laying siege to Tripoli, aided by 10 Byzantine ships that blockaded the city. Tripoli's defences were formidable, so he built a castle overlooking it, called Mons Peregrinos, or Pilgrim's Mountain, with Byzantine engineers' help. His small force of 300 knights managed to capture Tortosa and Gibelais, but Tripoli's defenders refused to surrender. Meanwhile, the survivors of the Crusade of 1101 had regrouped in Jaffa in 1102 in the presence of King Baldwin. Scouts reported a small Fatimid army approaching. Baldwin, fearing and respecting the Seljuks and Aleppo's armies, knew from his victories at Ascalon and Ramla that the more stationary Fatimids, who relied on a mix of Arab and Berber cavalry supported by Sudanese bowmen, were vulnerable to traditional Frankish tactics. Hence, the King of Jerusalem rode out to confront the enemy with just 200 knights. To their shock, they encountered not a small force, but a host of 20,000, led by Vizier al-Avdal's son, Sharaf al-Ma'ali. The Crusaders fled to Ramla and barricaded themselves in its single tower. The situation was dire, and under the cover of night, Baldwin, his scribe, and one knight escaped, leaving the rest to their fate. The remaining Crusaders prayed and charged out against the besiegers, and none survived. Among the casualties were many knights and notable nobles, including Hugh of Lusignan, Stephen of Burgundy, and most significantly, Stephen of Blois, who had previously abandoned the Crusaders at Antioch. The Fatimids then besieged Jaffa, a crucial stronghold where the Queen of Jerusalem resided. They employed a deceptive tactic, mutilating the corpse of a fallen knight and parading it before the walls to demoralise the garrison by pretending Baldwin was dead. The trick worked, and the defenders were ready to surrender when Baldwin returned. Having reached Arsuf and boarded an English pirate ship, he now broke through the Fatimid blockade. Hugh of Falkenbergs and 80 knights also breached the lines near the coast. Once inside Jaffa, Baldwin assembled a force of 8,000 and launched a charge that scattered the Fatimid siege lines, forcing them into a full retreat. In 1103, the Crusaders experienced several successes following a close call. Tancred sacked al-Muslimiyah, capturing numerous Muslims and ransoming them back to Aleppo. Additionally, he seized the Byzantine cities of Tarsus, Adana, and Mamistra. That same year, Bohemond was freed from Danish-mended captivity after his ransom was paid. Despite a minor setback when Bohemond's attack on Kafar Latha was repelled by a resilient Banu tribe, trade with Genoa, Pisa, and Venice was flourishing, and these cities soon established their own quarters in major Crusader cities. However, the Crusaders' fortunes began to change for the worse in 1104. The trouble started with Baldwin of Bourg, the ruler of Edessa, who laid siege to Harran. Baldwin needed assistance and called for help from Antioch and Jerusalem. For a brief moment, the Crusaders united with a common goal. Bohemond, Tancred, Jocelyn of Courtenay, the Archbishop of Pisa Dagobert, and the Archbishop of Edessa Benedict all joined forces. They assembled a force of around 1,000 knights, supported by 9,000 infantry and archers. This unity was short-lived, as the Seljuk rulers Chikarmish of Mosul and Sokman of Mardin launched an attack on Edessa with 7,000 horse archers, hoping to force forced the Crusaders to lift their siege. Indeed, both armies lifted their sieges and met at the Battle of Harran in 1104. The Crusaders were in such a hurry that Baldwin and Bohemond did not even wear their armour. What followed was a classic feigned retreat that lasted 2 or 3 days. The Crusaders from Edessa were positioned on the left, while those from Antioch were on the right in a loose formation that kept shifting. The chase began near Raqqa and continued to Harran, covering over 100 kilometres. The Crusaders were decisively defeated, with Jocelyn and Baldwin of Bourg captured, while Bohemond and his nephew barely escaped. This defeat halted the seemingly unstoppable momentum of the First Crusade. The loss was so devastating that the cities Tancred had fought to take from the Byzantines quickly rebelled and returned to Alexios. Cilicia was lost, and even worse, the harbour of Laodicea was captured by a Byzantine admiral. Bohemond barely held out in the city's citadel, knowing his days were numbered. He realised that without reinforcements, his cause was hopeless, especially with his lifeline to the west severed. Only weeks after the battle, Baldwin of Jerusalem took Acre with the help of the Genoese and Pisan navy, increasing the pressure on the Prince of Antioch to act. As mentioned earlier, in 1081, Robert the Fox Guiscard and his son Bohemond launched the first Norman invasion of the Balkans, challenging Alexios shortly after he ascended the throne. They captured Larissa and won several victories, but Alexios outmanoeuvred Robert, leaving young Bohemond in charge, whom the emperor then defeated. In the following years, the Byzantines hired Normans to fight the Seljuks, and vice versa, before Alexios leveraged Christian fervour to create a coalition that was already spiralling out of control. Now, in 1104, precisely 100 years before the sack of Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade, Bohemond of Taranto, Prince of Antioch, decided to set sail to destroy the Eastern Roman Empire. However, to accomplish this, he needed an army, and to reach it, he had to navigate several Byzantine ports. Ingeniously, he ordered his men to disguise themselves as mourners and placed him in a coffin with secret air vents. A rooster was killed and placed inside to create the stench of death. Each time they anchored in a trade port, they loudly announced Bohemond's death. This ruse continued until they were about to depart from Corfu, when Bohemond revealed the truth and sent Alexios a letter, described in detail by Anna Komnena. Over time your empire has learned what sort of man I am, my courage and firm resolve as an adversary. When my fortunes change, I swear by God I will not let my suffering go unavenged. Since the day I crossed into Roman territory, seized Antioch, and conquered all of Syria with my spear, I have endured immense pain because of you and your army. My hopes have been repeatedly shattered, and I have been plunged into countless disasters and wars with barbarians. But now I am here. Know that although I was believed dead, I have risen anew, escaped your grasp and returned. Disguised as a dead man, I eluded all detection. Now alive, breathing and moving, I send your majesty this unpleasant news from Corfu. I have handed Antioch over to my nephew Tancred, making him a suitable opponent for your generals. As for me, I am heading back to my homeland. While you and your allies consider me a corpse, to myself and my friends, I am alive and devising schemes against you. To completely unsettle the Roman realm under your rule, I died while living and lived while dead. Should I reach the mainland across the sea and meet the Lombards, Latins, Germans, and my fellow Franks, warriors renowned in battle, I will fill your cities and countryside with slaughter and bloodshed until I plant my spear in Byzantium itself. In January 1104, 1105, Bohemond landed in Apulia, much like Napoleon returned to France after his exile on Elba. In the eyes of the West, Bohemond was a hero. Stories of his exploits had circulated for half a decade, including a famous manuscript by an anonymous Norman knight known as the Gesta Francorum. This manuscript found its way to every court in France, and everywhere Bohemond went, men and women flocked to see the legendary conqueror of Antioch who had defeated Caboca and numerous other armies. 50,000 men from Italy, France, and Germany had died for his freedom, and now he paraded around Italy, preparing for another invasion. He personally met with Pope Paschal II, who, despite being reluctant to call for another crusade against a Christian nation, was eager to erase the stain of the failed 1101 crusade. Following in Urban's footsteps was challenging for any pope, and Paschal felt responsible for the Anatolian blunder. Consequently, he issued a papal letter and placed a papal legate under Bohemond's command. The call to crusade was now in full effect, with the ultimate goal being Jerusalem, though Bohemond was permitted to strike at the heart of the Eastern Roman Empire and defeat Alexios. In March 1106, Bohemond travelled to France and met King Philip I. After prolonged negotiations, he secured a marriage with Philip's firstborn daughter, Constance, and they wed in Chartres. He also arranged the marriage between Tancred and another French princess, Cecile. Now, the Prince of Antioch had the funds, connections, manpower, papal decree, and motivation to carry out his plans, but he did not rush. For over a year, he meticulously prepared his invasion in Italy, training his men, building his fleet, and spending time with his pregnant wife. Across the Adriatic, Alexios was also busy. The emperor, who was once a hot-headed young man, had learned much from his encounters with the Normans. Now, he took every precaution to safeguard what he had built over decades. In 1104, Alexios initiated a new era of Byzantine diplomacy by forming a marriage alliance with Hungary, as his son and heir John married the Hungarian princess Piroska, renamed Irene after converting to the Orthodox faith. Alexios called upon his Venetian allies, who patrolled the seas and slowed the Norman progress. For some time, he had been training 300 sons of the most powerful noble houses, preparing them to lead. Each was given a contingent and ordered to patrol and fortify the Balkans, acclimating to its challenging terrain. The emperor left the comforts of the capital, journeyed to Thessaloniki, and survived another assassination attempt. There, he established a base camp and ordered every Balkan governor to stockpile supplies and fortify defences, providing necessary funds. He also recalled his best generals from Armenian Cilicia, focusing the entire empire on the impending invasion. The finest warriors of the Latin world were about to clash with the best of the Eastern Roman world, and both sides were ready. On October 9th, 1107, Bohemond launched his expedition, evaded the Byzantine and Venetian navies, and landed at Valona with 15,000 troops. By the 13th, he was laying siege to Dyrrhachium. Alongside many fierce warriors, he had a member of the Diogenes family, a relative of Romanos IV, defeated at Manzikert in 1071, a puppet intended for the throne. This invasion mirrored his father's, but this time the Byzantines were prepared. Bohemond's scouts reported impregnable defences and blockaded valleys and mountain passes. The Norman withdrew to Valona to reassess. Though a master tactician, Bohemond found himself with no viable moves. In frustration, he besieged Dyrrhachium again in the spring of 1108. Rams were rolled towards the gates reminiscent of Antioch, but it too was set on fire, likely with Greek fire. He ordered his men to break the encirclement by attacking Byzantine positions in the mountains. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, but no breakthrough was achieved. Resources grew scarcer over time. Bohemond arrived with 15,000 well-trained, well-armed men, but the Venetian blockade left them starving and wasting away. Rumours spread among his followers, questioning his leadership and the worthiness of their expedition. Some doubted their ability to take Constantinople if they couldn't even conquer Dyrrhachium, while others regretted not sailing directly to the Holy Lands. Then came a pivotal letter from Alexios, seizing the moment to sow doubt and division. The Emperor's clever move involved crafting the letter to appear as a response, implying Bohemond had already sought imperial favour. Paranoia and disease spread through the camp. Bohemond, despite not falling for the ruse himself, saw many of his supporters defecting under immense pressure. After months of standoff, the renowned Christian figure walked unarmed to the imperial tent near Davos. Had it been any other Byzantine emperor, Bohemond might have faced imprisonment or death, but Alexios chose mercy, treating him with humility. Together they negotiated and signed the Treaty of Devil, a triumph recorded in detail by Anna, who witnessed the negotiations. The lenient terms allowed Bohemond to govern Antioch as Alexios' vassal, granting him titles and a substantial salary. Bohemond pledged loyalty, promising to uphold the agreement for the good of the empire. Winter prevented the safe return of his armies, who were fed and clothed from the imperial treasury. Some remained in service to Alexios, while others returned home without glory, relics, or tales of epic battles. Bohemond, one of the medieval era's most impactful figures, returned to Apulia, never to set foot in Antioch again, a final slight against Alexios. He passed away in 1111, unlike most First Crusade leaders who died in battle, leaving behind a legacy tinged with humiliation and failure. Following a prolonged civil war that drained its strength, the Seljuk Empire now saw Muhammad Natapar in power. However, the empire remained a loose confederation, with autonomous Atabegs pursuing their own agendas. In the Levant, Damascus and Aleppo saw significant policy shifts after Tugak's death in 1104. Togtekin seized the opportunity, deposing his stepson, Tutush II, and establishing the Burid dynasty in Damascus. This change potentially altered the Damascus-Aleppo rivalry, though tensions remained high. In 1105, the death of Raymond of Toulouse severed the last link between Crusaders and Byzantines. Alexios had invested heavily, making Raymond a vassal and allowing him to claim Tripoli. Raymond's death left his 2-year-old son, Alfonso, as heir, but his nephew William II, Jordan, seized control. Despite Raymond's wealth and contributions, his ambition for a leading role in the Holy Land remained unfulfilled. Ridwan, the Emir of Aleppo, whether aware of the power shift or not, marshalled his forces to relieve Tripoli, responding to the Qadi's call for aid. However, en route, he received troubling news. Arta, having rebelled against Tancred and joined Aleppo, had expelled its garrison but was now besieged. Changing course, Ridwan led his army towards Arta and launched a full-scale assault on the Crusader camp once within range. The Crusaders, taken by surprise, abandoned their camp to avoid being plundered, only to face a larger force. Seizing on the tactic of feigned retreat, the Crusaders successfully turned the tables. Despite exaggerated reports of the battle's scale, most of Ridwan's inexperienced infantry perished under the onslaught of Frankish cavalry, leaving their flanks vulnerable. Following this engagement, Ridwan, although he continued to rule for another 8 years, posed less of a threat to the Crusaders. While the Principality of Antioch was secured, the Kingdom of Jerusalem faced a more formidable adversary to the south. The Fatimids sought to settle scores and break the Ramla stalemate that year, assembling a formidable army of 10 to 12,000 troops. This time they were bolstered by a strong contingent of Seljuk horse archers in an unusual alliance. Having previously bled Baldwin 3 years earlier, the Fatimids aimed to finish the job with their largest force since Ascalon. Unfortunately for those who relish complex military strategies, this battle became another routine clash in Levantine life, chronicled briefly by historians despite its day-long intensity. Baldwin, commanding a smaller force, repelled a rear attack before launching a decisive counter-assault that shattered the enemy ranks. The Egyptian camp was sacked, securing Baldwin's victory in the Third Battle of Ramla. Despite their resilience and resources, the Fatimids were formidable adversaries, launching major invasions with naval support over several years from 1099 to 1118, supplemented by numerous smaller raids. In the span of 19 years, the Kingdom of Jerusalem faced no fewer than 14 assaults, while also besieging multiple cities, grappling with internal conflicts, Italian trading hubs, Byzantine interests, and the Seljuks. Following the fall of Ascalon, their military rarely boasted more than 1,000 knights, typically supported by roughly 5,000 infantry and archers. Comparing this to data from other campaigns against the Sultanate of Rum, Byzantium, and the Seljuks, one cannot deny the devastating effectiveness of the Frankish knights. Throughout this period, survival, not supremacy, drove the Crusader states as each city required garrisoning amid constant disruption of supply lines. The course of history might have dramatically changed had Byzantine alliances endured. The 1101 Crusade, with its 10,000 knights, reached the Levant, or if Bohemon's forces had sailed directly to Antioch rather than Dyrrhachium. Turning to the events of the 1101 Crusade, the Seljuk Sultan of Rum, Kilij Arslan, had already inflicted heavy losses on Latin forces, feeling confident enough to launch his own offensive. Initially targeting Edessa, he shifted focus upon encountering formidable defences, instead securing surrender at Harran and swiftly capturing Diyarbakir. These triumphs emboldened Kilij Arslan, who saw opportunities for further expansion, particularly in Mosul, recently destabilised by a violent assassination. Although the Sultanate briefly claimed the city, his plans were disrupted when a coalition led by El-Ghazi of the Artukids and Ridwan of Aleppo dealt a decisive blow to Kilij Arslan's forces. Attempting to flee, the Sultan met his end in a river. Meanwhile, Anatolia faced uncertainty with Kilij Arslan's son, Malik Shah, held captive. Exploiting Byzantine distractions caused by Bohemon's siege of Dyrrhachium, Tancred expanded his influence by seizing Laodicea, Tarsus, Adana, and Mamistra by 1108, altering regional power dynamics once more. Despite managing a Crusader invasion and defending against the ambitions of a shrewd conqueror eyeing Constantinople, Alexios Komnenos adeptly navigated alliances and rivalries, even securing Bertrand, Raymond's son, who sailed with a sizable force on Genoese ships to raid Thessaly. Instead of retribution, Alexios extended a hand of friendship, welcoming Bertrand to his court with honours and gifts, forging an unexpected alliance. In a diplomatic move, Bertrand sailed to Antioch, where he met with Tancred. The Principality of Antioch had taken control of some territories belonging to Raymond, prompting Bertrand to request their return. Tancred agreed to this only on the condition that Bertrand's troops assist him against the Byzantines. Bertrand, true to his word, declined this proposal, suggesting instead a joint effort to reclaim Jebel from the Seljuks, but Tancred showed no interest. Disappointed, Bertrand left empty-handed and travelled on to Tripoli, where he encountered William's besieging forces and became embroiled in a dispute over succession rights. As tensions escalated, external parties intervened. Baldwin stepped in as a mediator and proposed a resolution. Once Tripoli fell, its lands would be divided equally between Bertrand and William. Reluctantly, both parties agreed, and Bertrand swore a new oath of allegiance, this time to Baldwin, while William aligned with Tancred, sparking a subdued proxy conflict among the Crusader states. Then, on July 12th, 1109, the Crusaders, aided by the Genoese fleet, launched an assault and successfully captured Tripoli. Despite fierce resistance and heavy casualties, the most notable being William's fatal injury sustained during the siege, Tripoli now had a single ruler, pledging allegiance to both Jerusalem and Constantinople. Tancred's influence further diminished after the release of Joscelin of Courtenay and Baldwin of Bourg in 1107 and 1108, who upon their return refused to acknowledge his authority, especially in Bohemond's absence. Open hostilities erupted between them, prompting Baldwin to seek support from an Armenian king who provided an army and 300 Pecheneg mercenaries. These punitive campaigns inflicted significant damage on Tancred's territories, provoking discontent among his subjects and involving the clergy in a council that sided with Baldwin, restoring his rights as Count of Edessa, a semi-autonomous Crusader state under Jerusalem's suzerainty. The year 1110 saw 4 major Crusader victories. First, in spring, Baldwin repelled a large army led by the Atabeg of Mosul that had attempted to besiege Edessa, forcing them into retreat upon his arrival with a relief force. After enduring a blockade that lasted 2 months, Beirut fell victim to assaults by Baldwin, Genoa, and Pisa, resulting in a brutal sack that claimed the lives of most of its inhabitants. Attempts by Fatimid ships from Tyre and Sidon to break the blockade proved futile. In October, Baldwin made history by welcoming King Sigurd of Norway, marking the first ever visit by a European monarch to the Crusader states. King Sigurd's remarkable journey, spanning England, Iberia, and Sicily, culminated in prayers at Jerusalem, a ritual bath in the River Jordan, and a siege laid upon Sidon. The Fatimid fleet nearly shattered the Norwegian navy, but a timely intervention by a Venetian squadron led by Doge Valiero salvaged the expedition. Sidon capitulated on December 4th under Baldwin's siege. Tancred, meanwhile, launched his own assault on the castle that would later become Crac des Chevaliers, solidifying his dominion. During this period, Bohemond had signed the Treaty of Deval, but took no steps to enforce it. Alexios offered him an annual stipend of 200 gold pounds, the title of Sebastos, and extensive landholdings, conditioned upon Bohemond holding them in his name. However, Bohemond did not even correspond with Tancred. Faced with escalating tensions, Alexios initiated a flurry of diplomatic gestures, writing letters and sending gifts. In 1110, he approached the Pisans with an enticing proposal: an end to hostilities coupled with exclusive trading privileges akin to those granted to Venice. While the 4% tax rate offered to Pisa was less favourable than Venice's exemption, it remained a significant concession. Moreover, Pisa would receive annual payments, special legal privileges, prestigious titles, and lucrative trade opportunities in exchange for becoming a Byzantine vassal and providing military aid. The enduring treaty stipulated that the Pisans would not conspire with any hostile parties against the Byzantine Empire, safeguarding its territorial integrity from Croatia and Dalmatia to Dyrrhachium and Alexandria. Alexios's strategic decisions were not merely aimed at reclaiming Anatolia and Antioch, but envisioned the complete restoration of the Eastern Roman Empire. His alignment with Pisa, despite the risk of alienating Venetian allies, reflected his grand plan for a significant invasion of the Crusader states. The treaty's language and subsequent events underscored Alexios's readiness for a major military campaign, especially given the exile of the Pisan archbishop from Jerusalem, making Pisa an ideal ally. Although negotiations initially stalled, the Byzantine imperial decree affirming new rights was eventually issued in late 1111, following skirmishes involving Lombard, Genoese, and Pisan ships in the Dardanelles. Further evidence of Alexios's expansive ambitions was his diplomatic mission to the Pope, where he expressed solidarity and criticised Holy Roman Emperor Henry V's threats against the papacy. Alexios offered Byzantine troops for Rome's defence and proposed potential church unity and an end to the East-West schism, although the Pope showed little interest in these overtures. In a tenuous exchange, Alexios purportedly dispatched missives to the Baghdad Sultan, urging him to launch assaults on the Crusader states. Meanwhile, significant diplomatic efforts were entrusted to General Bouillon, who, in 1111, sailed with a fleet of 12 laden ships to Cyprus, stopping first at Tripoli, where Bertrand welcomed him and provided storage for the vast treasure. Bertrand reaffirmed his loyalty to Alexios, conditional upon the emperor personally leading the charge to Antioch. News of this reached Baldwin, prompting negotiations with Bouillon. The plan was to forge a coalition against Antioch, an alliance the King of Jerusalem was willing to join if Alexios provided substantial gold and naval support. However, giving resources to a potential adversary without receiving anything in return seemed more like a swindle than a sound pact, stalling talks for nearly a year. During this period, Bouillon also approached Jocelyn of Courtenay with a similar proposal, which was declined. By 1112, Tripoli's ruler passed away, leaving his 14-year-old son Pons in charge. Amidst a regency, Bouillon returned, seeking access to the treasury, only to be rebuffed by the local bishop, leading to a standoff. Despite threats to disrupt grain trade with Cyprus, the funds were never returned. Instead, Pons was sent to Antioch under Tancred's guidance to mend relations between the Crusader states. The following year, Bouillon returned empty-handed, while the Venetians expressed displeasure over Byzantine dealings with Pisa by seeking aid for their Dalmatian campaign. Though Alexios asserted his claim over the region, he reluctantly agreed, staving off the invasion for another day. As an aging emperor, with Malik Shah's release fueling Anatolian raids, time was against him, and diplomatic efforts seemed increasingly futile. In 1111, a coincidental or orchestrated event saw all Crusader states unite against a massive expedition by Seljuk Sultan Tapar, possibly marking the first jihad against the Crusaders. Led by Mosul's new Atabeg Maudud, accompanied by emirs from Alat and Hamadan, the army initially targeted Edessa, but failed to conquer its formidable fortress. They then besieged Turbasel, defended by Jocelyn of Courtenay, testing the resolve of both sides. Soon, disease spread through the besieging camps, leading the emir of Alat to succumb and his followers to abandon the army, followed by the emir of Hamadan, who sought to seize Alat for himself. Before a final assault could be launched, a messenger from Aleppo appealed for aid against encroaching crusaders. redirected his forces, only to find that Raydwan of Aleppo refused entry. Damascus's army, led by Togtekin, joined forces with the main host, bolstering their ranks significantly. By this juncture, the Crusaders consolidated their forces with Tancred, King Baldwin, Count Bertrand of Tripoli, and Count Baldwin of Edessa, merging their armies and advancing towards the enemy near Shaizar. Upon their arrival, Mardud deployed traditional skirmishing tactics, unleashing waves of horse archers to harass the Crusaders. Despite years of battling the Seljuks, the Crusaders maintained their resolve, refraining from pursuing the enemy and instead forming a defensive perimeter, intercepting arrows and launching measured counterattacks only when necessary. The skirmishes led to a prolonged standoff, with the Seljuks seizing opportunities, such as attacking the Crusaders while they watered their horses at the Orontes River. After 2 weeks, low on supplies, Baldwin ordered a strategic retreat to Apamea. Even during their withdrawal, every contingent maintained formation, demoralizing the Seljuk troops. With key factions deserting and no spoils gained, the Seljuks conceded defeat and retreated. The Battle of Shaizar sent a clear message to the Crusaders' adversaries. Despite internal rivalries, scarce numbers, and limited resources, the Crusaders favoured alliances with Latin neighbours and demonstrated their commitment to the region. This narrative unfolds against the backdrop of the Byzantine Empire's decline after Basil II's death, culminating in the Battle of Manzikert and subsequent Norman invasions. Amidst the ensuing chaos, a seemingly ordinary usurper ascended to Constantinople's throne. Alexios Komnenos, lacking treasury, army, legitimacy, and allies, crafted a narrative tailored for the Latin world, embellishing religious artifacts to captivate peasants, nobles, and clergy alike. Successfully mustering Europe's largest army in 700 years, he steered it towards Anatolia despite ongoing provocations and raids. By 1111, less than 10% of this fractured force remained, but their resilient stance against Seljuk, Fatimid, and Byzantine assaults would alter history. As Alexios aged, wisdom accompanied ailments like gout and asthma, underscoring the ticking clock of time. Bohemond and Bertrand's deaths left voids in leadership, with the young Pons inheriting Tripoli's counts and Tancred consolidating Norman alliances in Antioch. With Tancred's passing from typhus the following year, his will betrothed his wife Cecile, daughter of the French king, to Pons, solidifying ties between Norman and local factions. Galli's principality passed to Jocelyn of Courtenay, while Antioch's mantle fell to Bohemond II, a 4-year-old under regency in Italy with his mother Constance. Roger of Salerno was appointed regent by Tancred amid regional instability that emboldened rivals. In 1112, Mosul's Atabeg, Maudud, Ibn Altuntash initiated a campaign starting with the siege of Turbocel, heart of Jocelyn's domain. In June, under his command, a small group of crusaders successfully pushed back the Seljuks. Shortly thereafter, an Armenian peasant army's attempt to seize Edessa was uncovered. Baldwin of Bourg, ruler of Edessa, swiftly rode to the city walls and defeated them. Meanwhile, Baldwin of Jerusalem's progress towards Tyre was halted in the south, failing to capture the city, partly due to the departure of his Norwegian allies. By April 1112, a formidable coalition led by the newly allied Fatimids and the Atabeg of Damascus, Togtekin, compelled him to abandon the siege and return to his capital. Maudud proposed a united Islamic front against the Christians, marking the most significant anti-Crusader coalition since 1098. In 1113, the combined forces unknown, but a decisive outcome here could have spelled disaster. Maldud employed a tactical, feigned retreat, luring many crusaders out of their defensive positions, including Baldwin, who charged in. He quickly realised his error as the full coalition army surrounded him, attacking from all sides. Despite Baldwin's narrow escape, much of his army suffered heavy losses. The survivors regrouped, holding their position against enemy arrows, while the Muslim coalition launched raids into the countryside, including sacking Nablus. The Crusaders could only maintain a defensive stance on a nearby hill. Reinforcements from Tripoli and Antioch eventually bolstered Baldwin's forces, but repelling the raiders remained a challenge. Nevertheless, Maldud and Tughtekin failed to capture any major strongholds and eventually withdrew due to dwindling supplies. The victorious leaders celebrated in Damascus, yet their revelry was short-lived as the Hashashins soon struck, assassinating Maldud during his prayers, an act that would later claim the lives of the subsequent rulers of Mosul in 1126 and 1131. Later that year, Emir Ridwan of Aleppo passed away from old age. Chaos ensued in Aleppo, with militant factions seizing and executing all supporters of the Order of Assassins for alleged collaboration with the Crusaders. His successor, Alp Arslan, was only 16 at the time and suffered from a severe speech impediment, earning him the moniker Al-Akras, or the Mute. Upon assuming power, many of his brothers were eliminated, and within a year, a usurper named Al-Baba murdered the young ruler in a bid to seize power with the backing of Damascus. During a period when his adversaries were preoccupied with internal strife, Baldwin of Borg, the ruler of Edessa, devised a cunning scheme. Under the guise of drafting his will, he lured Jocelyn of Courtenay into his clutches, promptly imprisoning him and forcing him to relinquish all ties to Galilee. This manoeuvre paved the way for a strategic reconciliation, marked by a mutual marriage pact between their respective sisters. The latter phase of the First Crusade unfolded in alternating periods of preparation and significant events, with the tumultuous year of 1113 standing out among them. Meanwhile, in Byzantium, Alexios faced the challenge of a new generation of Crusader leaders, unfamiliar with his past hospitality and the aid he had provided. They viewed him as the deceitful emperor who had abandoned them at Antioch and opposed the revered Bohemond. Despite exhaustive diplomatic efforts, Alexios made little headway in securing the Holy Land, particularly Antioch. His ambitions were further thwarted by the death of Kili Arslan, which sparked renewed Seljuk incursions. The truce with his son, Malik Shah, was never ratified, resulting in major raids near Smyrna in both 1110 and 1112. In 1113, a formidable Seljuk army besieged Nicaea, prompting its governor to engage them, only to be captured in the ensuing battle. Alexios then took unprecedented action, personally leading his forces to rescue prisoners and reclaim plunder. Yet, hopes of securing the Holy Land dwindled as conflict with the Sultanate of Rum loomed large. By 1114, all factions were recuperating from their losses, with little activity save for the monumental task of rebuilding Antioch's defences after a devastating earthquake. Another significant event was the relentless assaults on Edessa by the new Atabeg of Mosul, Bosuki, who launched an unsuccessful invasion in May. However, the following year saw intense action across multiple fronts. In 1115, Seljuk Sultan Muhammad Tapar mobilised Bosuk II to lead a formidable force from Upper Mesopotamia, comprising 8,000 to 10,000 soldiers. This development alarmed not only the Crusader princes, alliances against the Sultan, rallying Toltekin of Damascus and El-Ghazi of Mardin, who, in turn, appealed for support from Roger of Salerno. Messengers crisscrossed the Levant, forging a temporary coalition of Edessa, Antioch, Tripoli, and Jerusalem against the Seljuks. Ultimately, external threats like Byzantine or Seljuk incursions served as the only catalyst capable of uniting these fractious states. After mustering their forces, the Allies advanced southward by 80 kilometres to Afamia, a fortified town strategically positioned at the crossroads of Aleppo, Damascus, and Antioch. This move allowed them flexibility to respond to Borsuk's movements towards any of these cities. Reports came in next that the Seljuk army had seized Hama, a town just 30 kilometres away, before encamping at Shaizar. Baldwin of Jerusalem swiftly mobilised 500 knights and 1,000 foot soldiers marching northwards. Count Pons of Tripoli, now an adult, joined with 200 knights and 2,000 infantry along the way. Despite King Baldwin's directive to await reinforcements, tensions mounted as Borsuk's forces encircled Roger's camp, tempting the Antiochenes and their allies to engage. Roger even threatened severe consequences for anyone venturing out without permission, riding through the camp with sword drawn to emphasise his resolve. Learning of Baldwin's incoming relief force, bolstered by 5,000 Muslim allies, Borsuk retreated eastward. The coalition pursued, punishing Shaizar with fire for its alliance with the Seljuks. Assuming the campaign over when Borsuk failed to defend the town, the leaders dispersed their forces and returned home. Shortly after the allies disbanded, Borsuk struck again, capturing Kafr Tab, a Christian-held town near Afamia. Roger regrouped his Antiochene army, now weary and unsupported, aided only by Baldwin of Bork's contingent from Edessa. Meanwhile, Borsuk moved towards Sardana, near Antioch. Roger positioned his forces south of the city at Rugia Castle, near a bridge on the Orontes River. On September 14th, Roger received intelligence that Borsuk's army was encamped near Sarmen, vulnerable while watering their horses. Roger swiftly attacked, catching the Seljuks off guard. Dividing his army into left, centre and right wings, Baldwin led the left, while Prince Roger commanded the centre. The Crusaders advanced in echelon formation, with the left wing at the forefront. Once engaged, the battle quickly turned in favour of the Crusaders, as they pressed the Seljuks back to a hillside behind their camp, overrunning their position. Though the Frankish right faced challenges, with a Seljuk counterattack breaking through, Roger ultimately secured victory, demonstrating his prowess as Tancred's worthy successor. Over 3,000 Seljuks were killed or captured, with valuable property totalling 300,000 bezants seized. Frankish losses were minimal. This triumph secured the Northern Crusaders' domains and nullified Mosul's threat for a decade. With the Seljuk threat vanquished, the Muslim Atabegs swiftly ended their alliance with the Crusaders, some journeying to Baghdad to seek pardon from Muhammad Tapar. Baldwin of Borg strategically capitalised on his triumph by launching campaigns against various minor Armenian states situated along the Euphrates Valley, seizing control of Birajik and other settlements, and relocating their populations. Meanwhile, Baldwin of Jerusalem embarked on a mission against the encroaching Fatimids, who were threatening Jaffa. The Crusaders successfully defended the city and expanded into Jordan, establishing vital strongholds such as Montreal. The following year, Baldwin ventured southward to Aqaba on the Red Sea, where he fortified the town and nearby island, stationing garrisons in both locations. These fortifications at Montreal, secured crucial trade routes between Syria and Egypt, and provided continuous surveillance over Egyptian military movements. From the Red Sea coast, Baldwin swiftly moved to Tyre, initiating the construction of Scandalian Castle at the ladder of Tyre, effectively blockading the city from the mainland. Tyre remained a formidable stronghold against the Crusaders, a pivotal front that demanded their attention. However, in late 1116, Baldwin fell gravely ill. On his deathbed, he settled his debts, distributed his wealth, and contemplated his successor. Yet Baldwin's story did not conclude there. In 1116, Alexios Komnenos, weary of waiting for others to act, mobilized Byzantine forces to reclaim Anatolia, targeting the heart of the Sultanate of Rum. Despite initial setbacks with nomadic raids in western Anatolia, Alexios persisted, advancing from Nicaea through Antioch in Pisidia toward Iconium. Along the way, smaller fortresses were seized and captives liberated. As the Byzantine army ascended the plateau, Malik Shah orchestrated an ambush with his own forces lying in wait. Recognizing the peril, the matured 59-year-old Alexios, once impetuously daring, decided to retreat, safeguarding his troops and local civilians by forming a secure square formation. Enduring raids from returning Western raiders and attacks from Malik Shah's forces, the Byzantine soldiers upheld their discipline and morale under the Komnenoi banner. Unable to break the Byzantine formation, Malik Shah eventually sought a truce, leading to a personal meeting where they ratified terms resembling those agreed upon by Malik Shah's father. The Sultanate of Rum retained control over central and eastern Anatolia, while Byzantine held western Anatolia enjoyed respite from raids. Although Alexios did not achieve full control of Anatolia, he secured governance over its major cities, marking a significant achievement in his reign. Yet, destiny had other plans in store. Upon returning to his camp, Malik Shah was seized and blinded by his own officers as punishment for his perceived negligence. Their wealth derived from plundering, and this treaty threatened both their way of life and their authority. Alexios had safeguarded thousands of his subjects' lives, yet once more his efforts seemed to yield little. Finally succumbing to illness after 37 years on the throne, Alexios Komnenos passed away just 2 years later. His legacy remains a topic of intense debate. While some historians blame him for the subsequent crusades and conflicts with trading states, others hail him as one of Byzantium's greatest emperors, surpassing even Justinian and Basil II. His reforms of the clergy and monetary system, along with his successful defences against Normans, Pechenegs and Seljuks, and the reconquest of western Anatolia, stand as testament to his dedication to the empire and its people. Our narrative, spanning 2 years and setting the accurate end date for the First Crusade, concludes with a poignant twist: the passing of the last surviving original prince who had answered Urban's call. Baldwin of Jerusalem miraculously recovered in early 1117 and continued his efforts diligently. He embarked on a new campaign to secure the southern frontier against the Fatimids, advancing as far as Faramah on the Nile Delta without resistance, as Muslim civilians evacuated in the face of the Crusader advance. Encouraged by his followers to push on towards Cairo, Baldwin was halted by a reopening of an old kidney wound suffered in 1103. Within days, the King of Jerusalem passed away, ensuring a smooth succession by naming his brother Eustace III as his heir, while also allowing the barons to elect Baldwin of Bourg if necessary. His body was interred in the Calvary Chapel of the Holy Sepulchre next to his brother Godfrey's on Palm Sunday. The year 1118 witnessed the deaths of the Byzantine emperor Abbasid Caliph, the Seljuk Sultan, and the Bishop of Rome, marking a significant political reshuffle in many alliances and interests. While the Seljuks, Romans, Latins, and Fatimids continued their tales, the saga of the First Crusade and its pivotal figures drew to a close. As we conclude our tranquil journey through the tumultuous First Crusade, may the whispers of history continue to resonate gently in your mind. From the clash of swords to the echoes of fervent prayers, these stories of courage and conviction leave an indelible mark on our understanding of the past. Thank you for joining me on the ASMR History Channel. Until our next whisper-filled adventure, may you find peace in the echoes of centuries gone by. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the echoes of history's whispers.